به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
دیگه شاه رفتش ما بربخت شدیم دیگه ریختن تو خونه ما مار با چیز با چماق اینا رو همه رو بیرون ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این شادستان کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده
پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
ملت عزیز ایران، هموطنان شجاعم، شما در 2 هفته گذشته به ویژه در 4 روز اخیر با تظاهرات میلیونی پایه‌های رژیم نامشروع جمهوری اسلامی را به لرزه درآورده اید. اینک با اتکا به پاسخ میلیونی شما به فراخوان‌های روزهای گذشته و با مشروعیت و مقبولیتی که از شما دریافت کرده‌ام، مرحله دیگری از خیزش ملی برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و بازپسگیری ایران عزیز را اعلام می‌کنم. 1. در داخل ایران علاوه بر تسخیر و حفظ خیابان‌های مرکزی شهرها، تمام نهادها و دستگاه‌هایی که مسئول تبلیغات دروغین رژیم و قطع ارتباطات هستند، اهداف مشروع به حساب می‌آیند. کارکنان دستگاه‌های دولتی و نیروهای مسلح و انتظامی فرصت دارند به مردم بپیوندند و یاور ملت باشند، یا اینکه همدستی با قاتلان ملت را انتخاب کنند و ننگ و نفرین ابدی ملت را برای خود بخرند. 2. در خارج از ایران تمامی سفارتخانه‌ها و کنسولگری‌های ایران متعلق به ملت ایران است و زمان آن رسیده که به جای پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با پرچم ملی ایران مزین شود. ما در آستانه بازپسگیری ایران عزیز از جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. خامنه‌ای و رژیمش چندین ضربه سنگین از شما خورده‌اند و نباید به آنها مهلت تنفس دوباره بدهیم. رژیم با کمبود جدی نیروی سرکوب روبروست و افزایش تیراندازی به سوی مردم نه از سر اقتدار، بلکه ناشی از کمبود مزدور و ترس از فروپاشی و سقوط سریعتر است. ما اجازه نخواهیم داد که این جانیان خون جوانان ما را بیش از این بر زمین بریزند. ما به آنها فرصت نخواهیم داد. ما به عقب باز نمی‌گردیم. آزادی ایران نزدیک است. خونهای به زمین ریخته شده فرزندان جاویدنام ایران هدایتگر ما به سوی پیروزی است. ما تنها نیستیم. کمک‌های جهانی نیز به زودی میرسد. منتظر پیام‌های بعدی من باشید. ما به زودی ایران عزیز را از جمهوری اسلامی پس خواهیم گرفت و در همه جای ایران جشن آزادی و پیروزی را برپا خواهیم کرد.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. Raise the Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's where you're hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, a fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, the new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری، شاه رضا پهلوی، نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه، برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن، این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن صدایی، راه نجات وطن، پهلوی ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران، ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره، آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه، گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما، ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اشکون سرودی سر میدهم باز کار وطن جو تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پسر برخیز و با ما شهنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب، بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به
بزنیم پشت تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از آرمین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم فخر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش دلش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر ابرو زدان پره ایزدی سپربند کند بزم ناباد را کند باربر از هنر خود را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من مباد یکی خون و بر زنده در نباد.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live. This is day 17 with your amazing host, Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic. And of course, little old me, Goldie Gamari from The Goldie Show. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Yes, there is some breaking news. I know 2CTV is going live as well. Let's go straight to the news. Let me pull it up. My internet's being slow. All right. Let me share my screen here, guys. It's coming. We know exactly what you're going to say. It's actually the reason that we went live. Okay. I gotta remove ad. President Trump posted on Truth Social about 40 minutes ago, and President Trump wrote, "Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump." There's something weird with do you see like how the screen keeps on going, Armin? Do you see that? Like things keep on going off the stage? I wonder why that is. Maybe my browser is glitching. I'm gonna leave the stream and I'm gonna come back. Maybe that'll fix it. I'll be right back.
Okay. So let me just put the message on the screen then. Well,
Yeah, you go ahead, do it.
All right, hold on. Let me just get it again. Save image. Save. Guys, are you guys optimistic? When I saw this message, gave me a lot of hope, a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, but also a lot of hope. What do you guys make of this message? Again, let's read it again. Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. This by itself, guys, this even by that, this suggests that there's almost a certainty that we are going to be capturing all the people who are doing the killings right now. And I know you all heard of this number, but the new number is 12,000. As Goldie predicted, the number is astronomically higher than other media were reporting. Iran International did a really detailed analysis to come up with that number, and that's right now the conservative estimate. That's what they have managed to confirm. 12,000. And by the way, guys, 12,000 only for 2 days. They're not counting the other days. They're only counting the most of it has been on Friday and Thursday and Friday. I think that was January 8th and 9th. In 2 days. This is the greatest mass killing, the greatest massacre of Iranian people in the Islamic Republic's history. Even when we had the 60s, the killings in the in the Gregorian calendar, it would be the 80s. In the 80s, we didn't have 12,000 in 2 days. Like as criminal as the Islamic Republic is, this is on a different level. This is on a level even unheard of, even with the Islamic Republic. 12,000 in 2 days. So when Trump, guys, this is our October 7th. This is our 9/11. Okay, and just let me tell you, the Iranian people on 9/11, they were in the streets of Iran crying for America, unlike other countries other countries in our neighborhood. Okay, it was just Iranians and Israelis. On October 7th and every day after, the Iranian people stood up for Israel. For Israel. Every single day, the Iranian people became more and more pro-Israeli after October 7th, when the whole world was turning against Israel. Iranian people were standing in defense of Israel, for Israel, with Israel. So Americans, this is now our 9/11. Israelis, this is now our October 7th. Iranian people stood by you. The Iranian people love America. The Iranian people love Israel. And the only reason why we didn't do more to support America and Israeli is because we're occupied. Okay, we couldn't support you more. But trust me, if the Iranian people were free, we would have supported you so much more. And now we need you more than ever. So I hope this message is real. And I know you guys believe in Trump. A lot of you believe in Trump in the chat, and I hope you're all correct, because this is the most amount of support we have ever seen from any American president, and I hope it translates to something real, because he's telling us to save their names as if something is going to happen to them soon. He's just telling the Iranian people to just keep fighting. The help is on the way. So they will pay a big price. I have canceled all my meetings with the Iranian officials. Guys, this is because of your pressure. I think this is because of you guys. You guys who came on social media and posted like no meetings. It doesn't make any sense. I think Trump listened to all of you. I think you had a major influence, and I want to thank everybody that did this. So no meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. This is also confirms that when the prince told us that help is on the way and that he's in communication with the Trump administration, this is what he was talking about. This is what the prince was talking about. This is why I know that I could trust the prince, because when he doesn't say anything, he doesn't say anything unless he means it. Also, I want to also thank Rubio and Lindsey Graham. And I want to say a big FU, clean version, Goldie, to JD Vance, who's trying to save.
No, let's not do that. I don't want to get political. I actually do believe that that's being said for a reason. I think it's all misdirection for the Islamic Republic. So take that back, please. Take that back. I trust and respect the process, so we're not going to do that. But I get it.
And also Laura Loomer. Also want to thank Laura Loomer.
Elon Musk. Yeah. Well, Laura played a really big role in exposing Elon. Sorry, this is how tired I am. She played a really big role in exposing the MEK. Elon Musk played a big role. I actually have to go on Piers Morgan in 20 minutes. I tried
Oh,
to
and
cancel.
also thank you, Goldie. Thank you,
Thank
Goldie,
you.
for all her media presence everywhere, being our voice, sending out the message. You have been amplifying the voice of Iranian people, Goldie. So thank you to Goldie as well.
Well, thank you to you as well, Armin, for being, our voice just as equally, and being here and doing everything. Guys, we have a long day. Yeah, I'm actually supposed to go on Pierce Morgan in about 20 minutes. I tried to cancel it, not because I don't like Pierce Morgan, but because he's bringing on Schenk. I don't know, whatever. Shank, is that how you pronounce his name? I don't even know. He's bringing on that Shank guy. And honestly, like I do not have the patience or the tolerance right now to deal with like any sort of, Jewish Zionist, propaganda nonsense about the Iranian Revolution. So I tried to cancel it. Yeah, like the Iranian National Revolution. Like I tried to cancel it, right? But then they're like, oh, like, this is like his first big show. So I was like, fine, okay, fine, I'm coming. But I made it very clear. I'm like, if Cenk starts talking about like conspiracy theories while we just heard news that 12,000 Iranians have been slaughtered, I'm out. I'm just gonna leave the Zoom meeting. So because I don't have the patience right now for these like Islamist jihadi propagandists and their leftist narrative, right? People are being slaughtered for freedom, and something. Some people call it a genocide, and it could very well be that, but we're calling it revolution. We're calling it revolution because this is a price that we knew we would pay. And so we are not going to cry. We are not going to mourn. We are going to keep on fighting because that's what people in Iran want us to do. They have told us that they want us to keep on fighting until the very end so that their deaths will not have been in vain.
Yeah, like Goldie says, guys, right now it's not the time for crying. Right now it's the time to fight. The only way that we could make sure that the death is not in vain is to get absolute total victory.
Yeah. People are telling us to play the anime. Have you seen that anime that is going viral?
Which one?
Let me find it. It's like this short anime clip on I've seen it on X.
The rap song?
No. It's like a Japanese anime. I'm gonna find it.
There's a rap song with you and me in it.
What?
The one that you come at the window and
Really? Okay, so maybe that's where that screenshot is from. Okay,
Yeah.
why don't you find that one? I'm gonna find the anime. I think I saved it somewhere.
I mean, it's AI music though. Like, I think some people are going to get cringe over it, but is it okay? Like,
Yeah.
You guys tell me.
Well, if it's got you and me in it, I kind of want to see that, even if it's AI.
Okay. Do you want me to send you the link? I'll send you the link.
Sure.
Or do you want me to play it?
You can just play it.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna find the anime one too.
Tal is here.
Oh, hey,
Tal just gave us a super chat.
Hi, Tal. Thank you for being here.
Hold on, let me just read this one first.
Oh,
Tal is saying, I would love to see Goldie take on Cenk. Love the two of you. Thanks for everything you keep doing. I'm seeing the unalive count in Iran, and I'm absolutely horrified. Iran Azadi, we should be calling this a genocide, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is definitely a genocide. But like I said, we're not we're not even thinking about that right now because we went into this knowing that there's going to be bloodshed. So right now we are in a revolution. We are in a revolution, and there will be time for tears after the revolution. But right now we're going to move forward until victory.
This is the song.
Okay.
Again, guys, it's AI music. By the way, Tal, let me know if you want to, come here and talk to us. Well, I mean, while Goldie is awake, you could, I could send you a link to join us.
Yeah. Although don't forget, Tusi goes live at 11:15. So when he goes live,
you're gonna set.
Well,
you're gonna set that up.
No, because I'm going to be on Pierce Morgan. So.
Oh, so you want me to show Tusi TV when
he starts? Yeah.
Okay. So guys, make sure you remind me in the chat when Tusi is live, so I could share that. Okay. All right. Do you want to see this song?
Yeah, let's see this.
Okay. And guys, I apologize. AI music, AI videos. I know some of you might not like it, but yeah, let's just watch.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the...
That's Tal. That's Tal.
Oh, that's so cool.
Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we took an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning Lionizer today. We love you, man.
Where's Tal?
Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
Okay, Mahir Tusi was missing.
Yeah, Mahir Tusi was missing.
Yeah.
There needs to be like an addendum.
But thank you.
Wow, that was really cool. I found the anime. People want us to play the anime. So here, let me add my screen. A lot of people. Okay. A lot of people wanted me to share this one, so here. Let me make this big. All right. Let me change my screen here to make it smaller. Or actually, let me just do this. There we go. All right, guys. Here. Have you seen this anime, Armin?
No.
Okay, so apparently it's really good. So I don't know. Let's see.
通信を遮断しろ。こんな姿を世界に見せるわけにはいかん。しましいモサドめ。奴らが裏で糸を引いている。フィレラは私がマドロのようにただ横たわると思っているのか。全員撃て。
ありがとう、ヒーロー。世界にイラン国民の意志を見せてやる。
Look at that. Oh my gosh, someone made like a short anime about the Iranian Revolution. I have chills, I have goosebumps. That was wow.
I wish the Iranian people knew, the ones that are in Iran right now, and I think they knew. I hope they know.
They
that
know.
the whole world is watching them. The whole world is watching them, and help is on the way.
Armin, I 100% know that they know because that was in the Shah's last message. He actually said to the Iranian people, the world is watching. The world is on your side. They are watching and they know exactly what's going on. So Iranian people, they know. And I'm telling you, it's the fact that they know that the world is watching, that's what's motivating them. That is what is keeping them out in the streets fighting, because in previous times when the Islamic Republic shut down the internet, the world would forget and they looked away, but not this time. And that's because Elon Musk made sure to smuggle in and then activate Starlink, right? So the reason that we're able to free our country, Elon Musk and Starlink are playing a big role in that.
Oh my God, we got a very beautiful super chat that is actually very, look at this, saying a nation that invented human rights 2,500 years ago now has to fight for the same rights their ancestors invented. What a powerful, what a beautiful message.
It's so true.
So, well, guys, if you don't know what he's referring to, the first Declaration of Human Rights is on Cyrus's cylinder, a cylinder invented by King Cyrus the Great. It's often referred to as the first declaration of human rights in history. And
Right.
imagine the people who go on.
Sorry, I just say I have to go. I have to get ready, but
Okay.
I'll be back. I'll be back when my interview with Pierce Morgan is done, I guess. So let's see how long I'm able to tolerate Cenk and anyone else, because I don't have the energy. Like, not that I don't
Show
have the
no
energy.
mercy.
Yeah, no, it's just, you know what? I don't right now. I just do not have the patience and tolerance to deal with, like, you know, Islamist propaganda where he's going to be like, oh, this is the Jews, this is Mossad, right? Like, I'm so sick and tired of, like, anti-Semitism. I'm so sick and tired of, like, Islamists trying to take away the self-determination of Iranian people and claim that this is coming from the outside. I'm sick and tired of it. No, Pierce is great. I have no issues with Pierce. It's Cenk and some other people. All right, we'll see. All right, guys.
You'll be great, Goldie. We believe in you.
Thank you. We'll see. All right, I'll be back.
Okay. All right. So let me put this down. All right. Look at this guy. So hold on. Let's watch this. 1 second.
So for a long time, I thought the left was my home. They talked about justice and human rights, things I genuinely believe in. And as someone who's gay, Iranian, Jewish, the son of immigrants, I thought this was where those values actually lived. That all fell apart for me in 2022 after the murder of Mahsa Amini, when Iranians were being killed for fighting for basic freedom. And all of those voices that never seemed to shut up about justice, all of a sudden just seemed to disappear. Then October 7th happened and anti-Semitism exploded under the guise of anti-Zionism. Now watching what's happening in Iran today, watching people risk their lives on the streets, I keep asking myself the same question I asked in 2022 and in 2023, which is, where the fuck is everybody? Where are they? Because the people showing up for Iranians right now are the ones the left warned us about. The people who we are told are anti-justice are the ones speaking up for justice in Iran. And the ones who are supposedly the arbiters of justice are completely silent. You know who's going hard for Iran right now? Israelis and Jews. And for most of the left, the optics of their trendy hatred of Israel matters more than solidarity with the people of Iran, who are risking their lives in the bravest ways imaginable. Walking away from the left didn't mean walking away from justice. I still believe in LGBT rights, in women's rights, in equality, in freedom. And that's exactly why I won't stop fighting for Iran. And you know what? The people of Iran don't even need the American left's permission to demand freedom. They're demanding it anyway, because a real fight for justice doesn't stop to ask who you voted for or if you're a Zionist. They simply don't have that privilege.
Okay, I think that was really good. I'm going to retweet this.
So for a long time, I thought the
Repost.
left was my
repost. And okay, I'm gonna, you know, even though I'm gonna repost this as well. This, oops, it's okay. I'm not gonna let my taste get in the way. And there's this one. Okay, this is another good one. Hold on. I think Neil Bunny sent these to me.
The big question right now is, do Iranians genuinely support the restoration of the monarchy?
Does CNN even understand?
Okay, so this is CNN. He's calling out the CNN. So let's go. So this first segment was the CNN. So, and then he responds to the CNN. So let's watch that.
The big question right now is, do Iranians genuinely support the restoration of the monarchy?
Does CNN even understand what's happening in Iran right now? Prince Reza Pahlavi is the most visible and consequential opposition figure Iranians have. He has never advocated for imposing a monarchy, ever. What he said is that his role would be as a transitional leader to help end the Islamic Republic and let the people decide their future themselves. And this idea that he's disconnected because he lives in exile is absolutely absurd. No opposition leader can safely live inside Iran. They'd be killed. And CNN knows that. If they don't, they have no business reporting the news. Then they frame his visit to Israel like it's some kind of a liability. And that's straight out of the Islamic Republic regime's playbook. Iranians are done. They want peace, including with Israel. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic has imposed a nationwide communications blackout. It's been on for days now, during which they have slaughtered thousands of protesters. And while all that is happening, people are chanting one name, and that is Reza Pahlavi. They're responding to his calls for protests at enormous personal risk. When you choose this moment to undermine the opposition figure protesters are rallying around, it's disinformation, which weakens any real chance the Iranians have to overthrow this regime. So I can't help but wonder, CNN, Whose narrative are you pushing, and whose side are you actually on?
Okay, this was also pretty good. So I'm gonna. By the way, guys, my X account is Armin at Armin Navabi. So I'm gonna repost.
The big question right now is:
if you guys want to if you guys want to get these things that I'm showing you and you like them, you could just go to my X account. Go there. Oh, here, profile. You could just go to my X account and it will be reposted over there. Okay. I just want to tell you guys something about this message that Trump just posted on Truth Social, because you know, for me, it's I really let me see how I could phrase this. I am so scared of thinking that this is it, that is happening, and then it doesn't happen, right? I'm just going to be open. I know that I'm going to be very positive, as Goldie said. Okay, I'm going to be very positive. This is the fight. This is the final push. This is what's going to get our country back. Okay, Iran is going to be free soon. I really want to believe that, but I'm also really scared. I'm really scared of believing that, and then if it doesn't happen, I don't know how to deal with that. I really don't know how to deal with it. So I really do hope that this is it, and I really want all of you to keep supporting the Iranian people. I really and guys, don't think your post on social media doesn't have an impact. It has a huge impact. Even if you have a small audience right now, your posts on social media or your participation in protests, that's what sets the narrative. And when you set the narrative, then the media, you're forcing the media to pay attention. And when the media pays attention, then the politicians have to pay attention. And when the politicians are forced to pay attention, then they have to take action. And when I saw this message, I'm really hoping that this is real. Let me know in the chat if you think that this is actually going to turn into something real. And if it is, it's because of you. Okay, it's because of you guys, because you guys continued to pay attention to this, and you continue to post about this, and you continue to be the media. Okay, it's not you guys are the media, and you guys help with this, and you're part of this revolution. Okay, and I want to say I thank all of you, but also you have to understand that this is beneficial not just for the Iranian people. You're not just saving Iran, you're saving the world. The Islamic Republic is the greatest evil that exists in the whole world, not just against the Iranian people. They have total world domination in their plan, and they want to come for all of you, and you guys are helping eliminating this evil. So I really appreciate all of you guys, and I just want you guys to just continue. I need you guys to continue making sure that the Iranian people are dying as we're speaking right now. As we're speaking, they're dying in the thousands. The regime has created a total darkness situation so that they could just kill Iranian people in the dark. They're just shooting directly into the crowds, and the Iranian people are still marching on. And the least we could do is to pay attention and bring more attention to what they're doing. We're almost there. It seems like we're almost there. And let me know in the chat if you also believe that this is it. I really need you guys to help us get to the finish line. Okay, and I promise you that the whole world is going to be a better place. This is worth your time. This is worth all of your time. Not just for the sake of the Iranian people. Okay, this is for the sake of everybody. Everybody is going to be better off when the Islamic Republic is gone. You will see it. We Iranian people are going to be such a good ally to all of you. We're going to become. You're not just eliminating a threat to your way of life. You're also gaining a very powerful, a very passionate ally. among Iranians. Okay, the Iranian people love the West. They love Israel. So you're not just losing an enemy. You're also gaining a very significant ally. That Iran is going to stop being part of the problem, and it's also going to become part of the solution. It's going to be fighting by your side against the threat, against all the threats to your way of life. It's going to cooperate with the West, cooperate with Israel. It's going to fight your enemies with you. So just help us get there, okay? And I hope this message is real, and I hope something is going to happen. We have been waiting for this for so long, and it's finally there. And I really can't believe that we're getting there, but it's happening. It's really happening. Like, we have been dreaming of these days for so long, and we're now getting there. Okay, so the cost is so high. Sorry, I know Goldie told me. Okay, strength. Okay, the cost is so high, but it's worth it. And just help us reduce the cost just by a little bit. Just help us reduce the cost by just a little bit. The sooner you come to our aid, the less Iranian people have to die. Just hope that it happens any minute now. So let me read this message again. And guys, I know a lot of you love Trump, and I know there's some of you who hate Trump. It doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter. This is the help that we're getting. Okay, so I know some of you don't like Trump. Please, this is the help that we're getting. I know most of you love Trump, but please understand that if you're hating on Trump, you're speaking from a position of luxury. We don't have that luxury. Trump is helping, is offering his help, and we're going to take whatever help he's going to, whatever he is to you. If he does this, he's going to be a hero to us. Whatever he is to you, if he does this, he will be a hero forever to us. And I don't care about your internal politics. We're dying. We're dying as I'm speaking to you right now. We're dying. My people are dying. And I don't know if I'm doing everything. And I don't know if I'm actually doing everything that I should be doing. So let me know if there's anything else I could be doing. Wait, let's see. Okay, guys, I need to put Tusi TV on. Okay, it says, Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stop. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. I hope Tusi TV starts right now because I really need to go for just a little bit. Thank you. Someone saying, Armin, we love you and we're with you from Iron Dome, from Germany, aligned with Oh, okay. I don't know what that message means, but thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So thank you guys. Thank you guys. Guys, we're almost there. Okay. Sorry to. I know Goldie told me not to do this. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not gonna do this. Okay. It's okay, guys. We're in the middle of war. There's no time for this. There's no time for this stuff right now. Okay. This is it. We're doing the final push. We're gonna win this. We're gonna win this. Let me know. Let me know, everybody. Let me know in the chat. Do you think this is it? I just okay. Before, let me maybe we have because before we play 2C TV, let me just play something from Emily. Emily, by the way, thank you so much, Emily. Emily has been such a powerful ally, and she has stood by us. So just let's watch this before 2C starts. And if 2C TV starts, let me know so I could play it, okay? Hold on. Remove, add.
President Trump, this video is especially for you and your administration. As you know, we're now more than 3 days into a complete communications blackout inside of Iran. People are unable to contact their loved ones, even emergency services, via phone or internet. Starlink has been jammed using military-grade jammers. More than 10,000.
So it's strange because it's weird. When I turn off my camera, for some reason, the video that I'm sharing gets cut off as well. So let's try this again.
President Trump, this video is especially for you and your administration. As you know, we're now more than 3 days into a complete communications blackout inside of Iran. People are unable to contact their loved ones, even emergency services, via phone or internet. Starlink has been jammed using military-grade jammers. More than 10,000 people have been arrested. Thousands have been slaughtered in the streets by the forces of the Islamic Republic. The regime has also repeatedly stated that they'll begin executions of protesters as early as Wednesday, and some of them may be public. According to sources on the ground who have successfully fled, hospitals have IRGC outside and aren't allowing injured protesters to be treated. And still, the people are in the streets crying out for freedom, for regime change, and for your assistance. Every single night you deliberate means hundreds, if not thousands more Iranians being killed by their regime. You stated today you were open to negotiations. I beg you, on behalf of 90 million Iranians, do not do this. Negotiations are a tactic this regime uses to legitimize state-sanctioned violence against their own people. They've done it for 47 years. The United States negotiating with the Islamic Republic at this stage is a death sentence to every single protester. Iran is not an Arab country. A future with regime change won't be Iraq or Afghanistan. The Iranian people are freedom-loving patriots with a clear leader to guide them through this transition, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, whom they've been chanting for nationwide since these protests began 2 weeks ago. Mr. President, you have a chance to make history and to be one of the greatest liberators that honestly the world has ever seen because of the level of cruelty and depravity from this regime that's truly on par with the Third Reich. This can be your defining moment and your legacy. Do not let the Iranian people be crushed. The future stability of the free world and the entire world is literally in your hands. A free Iran would revolutionize the Middle East and increase economic opportunities, in particular for the United States. Not only that, but the people of Iran are begging for your assistance in removing this regime, even kinetic. The time is now. President Trump, this
Oh, sorry, my sound was off. Sorry. StreamYard is messed up today. So I'm putting a link to this post, guys. Sorry about that. I'm putting a link to this post in the chat. What I did in this post, I explained. Let me actually read this, okay? This is how I came up with that. Maybe I could help more people. And let me know if this is effective, like help bring attention to the situation, right? Let me know if this is effective, okay? I wrote this. Okay, I said the situation in Iran is a humanitarian catastrophe demanding immediate global attention. We are in a critical window where people are being shot at directly by the regime, and a staggering number of casualties confirmed by Iran International to be 12,000 killed in just 2 days, in a desperate tactic by a scared regime to discourage further protests. This is our October 7th moment, and every minute truly counts. I was in the... All right. You have 2C TV's audio? Let me know in the chat.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and President Donald J. Trump has officially joined the revolution against the Islamic occupation in Iran. We have a major announcement by the president over the last few minutes. The Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has also released another video statement. And of course, his mother, the Empress of Iran, has also released a statement. We have some videos from Iran, which we're going to show you. There's still an internet shutdown. I do have a major announcement on a personal level. After days and days, I officially managed to get hold of my father in Tehran. He's still alive. Yay. So my dad is stuck in Tehran, in the capital. He's still alive, which is good news. Things are about to kick off extremely. We're going to go to their flight radar as well to show you guys the live map. But the Iranian people are still out on the streets. What is it, day 16, 17? I don't even know what's going on. And we're celebrating this huge victory so far. Of course, a lot of lives have been lost, but for one of the greatest causes of humanity. So if you want to support the channel, you can join 2C TV Plus and use the promo code Iran to get 50%, well, that was close, 50% of annual memberships. Just go to 2c.tv or find the link in the description. I almost said 55%. Don't get too excited. All right, let's talk about Iran. The Iranians continue to be out on the streets. They are happy that they are winning. They are basically fighting and celebrating at the same time. I know, they're very good at multitasking. Footage from Tehran, and then we'll come back to show you guys President Trump. Anyway, so while that's going on, President Trump has released a major statement, even more direct than I expected. First things first, it's probably best at this time to trust 2C TV. Every single time we have to go through the same cycle. I say something, I report something before the mainstream media, people say that's fake news, and then something happens and I'm like, ignore this, trust me, ignore it, just wait. And people panic when President Trump says something at first. Well, we have this now. All right. This is the most robust statement from any US president to the Iranian people. Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions, so state buildings, government buildings. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials, as in the Islamic Republic, until the senseless killing of protesters stop. Help is on its way. MIGA, or Make Iran Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. So this goes back to what I literally said yesterday. So that sentence, we've canceled all meetings, that's nonsense, obviously. But that goes to, in a good way, it goes back to what I said last night. The Iranian regime begged for negotiations over nuclear. Now, there are no discussions over nuclear. It's just nonsense anyway. That was just an excuse to save some time, to stall and basically buy time for themselves. The White House basically said, yeah, sure, we'll talk to them. And everybody panicked and said, calm down, just wait for it. Then last night, the White House said, yeah, we'll talk. We got a few conditions, red line conditions. Number one, basically surrender to the Iranian revolution, saying stop the killings and release all the political prisoners and basically allow the Iranians to win. That's not going to happen. And of course, give up your nuclear enriched uranium, give up your ballistic missile. They put such hardline conditions that there were never going to be any meetings anyway. So I love how President Trump is saying, I cancelled the meetings. The meetings were never going to take place regardless. And now, of course, the Islamic Republic still have one card to play, which is complete desperation. They could come and say, it's a lie, but they can say, sure, we'll give up ballistic missiles, we'll give up enriched uranium. Yes, we'll promise to stop killing people. But then they don't know what to do because the Iranians will just continue to take over the government buildings anyway. The Iranian regime can't stop the killings. They can't. It's impossible for them because they'll lose. Well, they are losing regardless. So that's the initial statement. But then we also have now confirmation, Pentagon, and also the intel from State Department. There are a number of options on the table in terms of what sort of military action we are talking about here. The one thing we know is off the table, which is the biggest thing that's off the table. Good. A low impact symbolic airstrike. That is off the table because the United States will look weak. This is not really just a punishment attack. This is not really to prevent anything. This is to end the regime killing the people. So they can't do a kind of symbolic, like what they did in Syria with Daesh, the Islamic State. They can't do that. Or when they did it with the Houthis in Yemen. That's off the table. The two main options on the table. One of them is high impact. One of them is kind of more medium, but they can help the Iranians on the ground. They could paralyze the IRGC top generals and leadership and the bases, all go, and also basically try to destroy the internal communication amongst the regime themselves. Now, the second one is more of a massive round of strikes on ballistic missile sites, on IRGC sites, on the government defense buildings, and eliminate the threat entirely, basically. Take out the whole leadership and go and find Ali Khamenei. So we know that the objective right now is to either eliminate Khamenei or capture Khamenei. So that is the official situation from the outside. But what will happen is still up in the air because we don't know what sort of action. The president has already decided, but we don't know. We haven't seen it because it's going to take some time. It might be in the next 2 hours, in the next 6 hours. It might be tomorrow morning. So we'll just have to wait. But I believe this is going to be something more imminent. But again, we can't really predict what the Americans are going to be doing. On the ground, the situation is escalating very quickly. And while the Iranians have taken control again of the cities and towns around the country in an absolutely crazy way, despite the fact that thousands and thousands have been killed. And we're going to talk about that because the top of the leadership team of Khamenei has now fallen apart. They are leaking information from the bunker and they are defecting, and we have the evidence. So next video shows the absolute desperation from the regime. 262 gunfire in a few minutes. I think this was within 5 minutes. Crazy. This is war-level gunfire. That's why we now had over 12,000 getting killed in the last few days, which is a huge number that you won't even get in regular wars and conflicts between nations. Civilians, obviously. Someone says someone should inform the BBC they are peddling fake news. The BBC is the propaganda arm of the Iranian regime, obviously. Angry PMC says, as the Viking, so happy about your dad. We need to get him out. Yeah, we need an extraction plan for my dad in Tehran. DJ says, can't wait for the 75% discount. It is so close now. Miga, use the 50% discount and be happy with it. Anyway, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is now calling on the Iranian hackers and cyber experts to target the regime's communication and information infrastructure. This is now the new phase, the final phase of the revolution. Let's go to the Crown Prince, English subtitles, and then we're going to talk about what's happening with Khamenei's inner circle. The top of the team in the bunker has fallen apart.
همیهنانم درود به همگی شما که به مانند کاوه در مقابل ضحاک ایستادید و می جنگید. رژیم سعی داره با سرکوب شدید و کشتار و قطع ارتباطات در شما ایجاد رعب و ترس بکنه و مایوس از ادامه این حرکت و مبارزه. اما این را بدانید که به خاطر همین فعالیت‌های شما و تلاش‌های شما هزاران نفر از نیروهای انتظامی و نظامی سر کار نرفتند تا درگیر نباشند در سرکوب شما. و یک پیام ویژه به متخصصین حوزه اینترنت و ارتباطات. زیرساخت‌های اطلاعاتی نظام را هدف بگیرید تا ارتباط همیهنانمون با جهان مجدداً برقرار شود.
Now, that is the key point that is now happening on the ground. As I said, I managed to finally get a hold of my dad. So the phone lines, they come and go. I tried to call him again just before the live stream to give him a heads up, but unfortunately, it's disconnected again. But I did speak to him a couple of hours ago. He's alive. He is fine. And we'll find out what happens. Now, there's a massive reactions from the international community. Countries are jumping on a bandwagon, left, right, and center, apart from one country, that's the United Kingdom. It's doubling down on their support for the Islamic Republic. Australia are now saying that the current Islamic regime in Iran does not have legitimacy. Now, Australians have made a lot of mistakes over the last few decades, but they have also shown support at times, not necessarily Albanese himself, but previous prime ministers, including the brilliant Tony Abbott. But they realized that it's time. You can't really support the regime anymore. But the biggest nation that has been consistently supporting the Iranian people, apart from the state of Israel and apart from the Trump administration, has been Deutschland. The brilliant Germans, who've also been consistently supporting the Jewish nation, Israel. Friedrich Merz, which I still have problems with him on different policy areas, but Friedrich Merz has come out to say these are the final days of the regime. Let's go.
Wenn sich ein Regime nur noch mit Gewalt an der Macht halten kann, dann ist es faktisch am Ende. Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir jetzt hier auch gerade die letzten Tage und Wochen dieses Regimes sehen. Es hat ohnehin keine Legitimation durch Wahlen in der Bevölkerung. Die Bevölkerung steht jetzt auf gegen dieses Regime. Ich hoffe, dass es eine Möglichkeit gibt, diesen Konflikt friedlich zu beenden. Das muss das Mullah-Regime jetzt auch einsehen. Und wir stehen in engem Austausch mit der amerikanischen.
So, there's also the situation with the Americans. This is the live map, the flight radar. There's an American helicopter right here around Bahrain, and there is also, is that the American one? That is the US Navy. That has now taken off from UAE. And of course, they're not going to use these that have the transponders on and the radars to actually attack. They will turn it off if they want to do something. That is the UAE Air Force, ignore that one. So we've got obviously this one in the region right now, and the helicopter, and of course there will be a few others that are coming from Europe, which we will cover shortly. But so this is the current situation on the ground in terms of the live map, and nothing is happening, no aircrafts in the Iranian airspace as we speak. But the German foreign minister also doubled down, saying that this Islamic regime has obviously lost all legitimacy and no longer has the support of the Iranian people.
Wie in der Vergangenheit nicht nur gefangen genommen werden und schrecklicherweise gefoltert werden, sondern dass auch Schüsse fallen, dass es eine große Zahl von Toten gibt. Und es zeigt einmal mehr, dieses Regime hat offensichtlich keine Legitimität mehr, keine Unterstützung mehr im iranischen Volk. Wir fordern das Regime auf, diese Maßnahmen sofort zu unterlassen. Und ich kann für die Bundesregierung noch mal unterstreichen, dass wir alle Maßnahmen anwenden werden, um dieses Regime auch mit Sanktionen zu belegen. Dazu gehört auch eine Listung unter dem Terrorsanktionenregime der Europäischen Union. welches wir zum jetzigen Zeitpunkt noch nicht haben durchsetzen können, weil es Einstimmigkeit in der Europäischen Union voraussetzt. Aber wir setzen uns weiterhin dafür ein und ich fordere alle europäischen Mitgliedstaaten auf, diese Frage noch einmal erneut zu betrachten und insbesondere vor dem Hintergrund der jetzigen Ereignisse zu prüfen, ob wir hier nicht doch zu einem gemeinsamen Ergebnis kommen können.
That's the German foreign minister. Meanwhile, the British state, the United Kingdom, is currently the only major country that continues to support the Islamic Republic of Iran. The only criticism coming right now from the foreign minister and also the Home Secretary is about the Islamic Republic government, not the regime, saying that it's a shame that they are violent against the protesters, they call it, the protesters against the government. But these are not protests against the Iranian government. This is an uprising revolution against the Islamic Republic regime and entity. But while the Germans and the Australians and the Americans and many others are coming out against the Islamic Republic, the British state is the only one left, and the French obviously as well. The French are quiet; they're just not saying anything because they were also behind the creation of the Islamic Republic, and they're not, and as well as the U.S. Democrats, of course, the U.S. Democrats as a political party, as establishment, they were also behind the creation of the Islamic Republic with Jimmy Carter, so they are also extremely quiet. And now let's go to Tehran. The Great Area Park, people out chanting Pahlavi is returning. Somebody says, Laura, I'm from the UK, and believe me, we support Iranians. Shame on our government. No, so when people say the United Kingdom or the British state, it's not about the people, nothing to do with the British public. It's about the British state. It's not even about the British government, it's about the British state. So it's the same when we talk about the French, it's the French Republic, it's the Fifth Republic, the state, not the people. In every country, from Canada to Maldives and North Korea, there are some people who will be in favor of something, some people who will be against something, but their representatives, obviously they call the shots. So currently, over the last 100 years, the British state has been consistently against Iranians having their freedom. It's not really about the government, nothing to do with the British government. It's about the British state and the Foreign Office. Now, massive leak from the top of the leadership team of Ali Khamenei from the bunker. This is extremely chaotic right now. So they are now leaking sensitive information and documents from the Supreme Leader's office, which is now in a bunker. The National Security Council of Ali Khamenei and the Presidential Office confirmed that over 12,000 Iranians have been killed by the direct order coming from Ali Khamenei himself. He has signed the documents personally, and all three branches of the government knew and approved. So that includes Ali Khamenei's IRGC, the Pezeshkian's government, as well as the justice system. All three of them knew, and their documents obviously are a chain of command that goes back to the top of the leadership. They are clearly, there's been a huge number of defections and those who are refusing to follow orders. They realize that Ali Khamenei is on his way out, and they are trying their best to present themselves as the alternative, to try their best to keep an element of the Islamic Republic or the Republic, even if they have to remove the word Islamic, to pretend that Iran has changed, Iran has been reformed, but keep the same people in charge. Of course, that's not going to happen because the Iranian people know the names of every single person in charge, obviously, of the regime. 12,000 people is huge over the last few days, and these are war-level numbers that came from Ali Khamenei himself. Now, we have a voice note from Iran, from the streets, saying, "We are fighting every night. Never give up, never surrender." Sky, we have English subtitles.
ببین من بار آخری که میتونم زنگ بزنم که الان 350,000 پول چیز دادم، پول گوشی دادم که تو حرف بزنم. ببین ازت میخوام آرامش خودت رو حفظ کنی، کسایی که اونجا هستیم خیلی زور بزنید. اینا به قرآن مجید خیلی وحشیان. اینا نیرو ندارن، بستن رو مردم، گلوله رو دارن وا میکنن. خب ازتون میخوام آرامش خودتو حفظ کنی، قربونت برم، بلات بشم، حال خودتو خوب نگه دار. ما اینجا داریم مبارزه میکنیم. اگر ویدیویی از ما بیرون نمیاد به معنی که اینترنت قطعه، ما هر شب تو خیابونیم، هر شب داریم مبارزه میکنیم. غرب و شرق و جنوب و شمال هم نداره، همه جا شلوغه. تو زرادات مسجد آتیش زدن، تو حفظ پایگاه آتیش زدن، خیلی کارا داریم میکنیم، ولی نیاز به حمایت نظامی داریم. خب ازتون میخوام که با هر توانی که دارید، با هر زوری که دارید، برید یه جوری به این ترامپ بی‌ناموس بفرمایید اینا اگر حمله نکنن اینا
Yeah, if they don't attack, the regime will attack. So there is also a special message from the Empress of Iran, Farah Pahlavi, the wife of the former king, which we can now go to. But Carter says, what are the chances of capturing Khamenei alive? Well, based on the CIA and Mossad intelligence, they would know where he is. Obviously, he's in Tapas, in the eastern parts of Iran, in the desert, in one of the bunkers. So they just have to go and pick him up, I guess. The chances will be high if the people close to his inner circle help CIA. And that will definitely help, of course, because they can easily betray their own leader. And these guys would do it because they don't care. They don't want to be martyrs. They want to stay alive. The US must act now. That's literally what's happening now, before these death sentences begin tomorrow. So if the US attacks begin now or tonight or latest early tomorrow morning, then they can hopefully prevent it. If they go and target the prisons, including Evin prison, which is the main political prison, because the Islamic Republic's plan is to have public executions on the main streets of the capital. Obviously, if the Americans are attacking, they can't do the public executions, so there could be disruptions if the attack is carried out before the Wednesday, which of course we will find out. Ivan says, whatever the US plans, it will already be on the way. They already know what they're going to be doing. We'll just wait. Now, the Empress of Iran, Farah Pahlavi, the Crown Prince's mother, has just issued a special message to the armed forces of Iran saying, do not tie your fate to these killers. Let's go to the video message from her and see what she had to say.
هم میهنان عزیزم، رشادت، میهن دوستی و جانفشانی شما در این روزها احترام جهانیان را برانگیخته است و میلیون ها تن از کشورهای مختلف حمایت خود را از شما اعلام کرده‌اند. میدانم که تاریک‌اندیشان از هراس شنیدن صدای شما راه‌های ارتباطیتان با جهان بیرون را قطع کرده‌اند، اما بدانید که پیام شما بلندتر از آن است که با چنین اقداماتی خاموش شود. ایمان دارم که صحنه‌های حماسی اعتراضهای شما دیر یا زود از دیوار سانسور عبور خواهد کرد و ابعاد واقعی آنچه شما در این روزها انجام دادید بیش از پیش موجب حیرت و تحسین جهانیان خواهد شد. در این میان تصاویری که در ساعات پیش و در خاموشی ابزارهای ارتباطی از کشتار معترضان بیگناه در ایران به بیرون میرسد، دل من را به عنوان یک مادر به درد آورده است. هر کدام از فرزندان این مملکت که خونشان ریخته می شود برای من غم جانگاه از دست دادن فرزندانم را زنده می کند. برای مادران و پدران ایران شکیبایی آرزو می کنم و خود را در سوگ آنها شریک می‌دانم. همچنین به همه هم‌میهنان که عزیزان خود را در این قیام ملی از دست داده‌اند از صمیم قلب تسلیت می‌گویم و برای مجروحان و آسیب دیدگان این روزها سلامتی آرزو می‌کنم و در این بزنگاه تاریخ ایران بار دیگر روی سخنم با نیروهای مسلح ایران است. به یاد داشته باشید بقای هیچ حکومتی و حفظ هیچ منفعتی توجیهگر ریختن خون هم‌میهنانتان نیست. فریاد خشم و خروش معترضان را بشنوید تا دیر نشده به دیگر برادران و خواهران خود بپیوندید و سرنوشت خود را با سرنوشت قاتلان گره نبندید. ایران آزاد فردا به فرزندان شما هم تعلق دارد. با ریختن خون هم‌میهنان آینده خود و خانواده خود را تباه نکنید. بدانید که روایت این روزهای ایران ما در صفحات تاریخ برای همیشه ثبت خواهد شد و روسیاهی برای آن کسانی خواهد ماند که گلوله‌هایشان سینه برادران و خواهران هم‌میهن را شکافت. و در پایان فرزندان من امید خود را حفظ کنید، قوی باشید و باور داشته باشید که به زودی آزادی را در کنار هم در ایران جشن خواهید گرفت و نور بر تاریکی پیروز خواهد شد.
Now, absolutely brilliant woman, the Empress Farah Pahlavi. God bless her. She's 87 years old, and she's about to have her dream come to reality, going back to her country, going back to her city, potentially, of course. And she's been waiting for a long time. She's still obviously a lot younger than Ali Khamenei, so that's great news. And of course, she's seeing her country being liberated again. We have a number of spammers. I'm just going to give you a heads up. We don't have moderators on this channel. Free speech, you can say whatever you want. But if you copy and paste this thing like crazy people, you'll get banned. This person, Banaf share something, keeps copy and pasting hashtag Jarvis Shah. If you do it again, you will get banned. I don't care what you say. Don't copy and paste. You send your message, people have seen it. Everyone else is also saying the same thing. So doesn't matter what you say. Even if you say nice things about me, but copy and paste, you will get banned. But we also have this weird message saying she's our queen. Perhaps you are not impressed by her either, Tusi. Please try not to speak on behalf of others, because Empress Farah is a brilliant woman who's been waiting for this moment for a long time. You don't know what you're talking about. Go away. Now, let's go back to the things that are happening. First things first. The Islamic Republic are already stealing the wealth of the nation. The IRGC have now already moved over $1 billion in cryptocurrencies using the United Kingdom, but two United Kingdoms registered platforms to do this, in order to bypass the international sanctions. So now these two UK bases and platforms, of course, have been extremely helpful to the IRGC, but $1 billion in the Iranian currency, rial, is huge. And that's basically a big chunk of the wealth that is now being stolen using these platforms. But of course, if you hunt these people down, wherever they are in the world, then you will be able to freeze their assets and return it back to Iran and the Iranians. So that is one of the major things that is still happening. Now, the Iranians are still very, very energetic. They're still out. They're not giving up. Watch this. ارومیه. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. So let's have a look at flight radar. Is that Air Force One? Is still there? The Navy one. That's the Hercules. Yeah. That. Why is it stuck in the middle of like? Oh, it's turning. Why is it turning? We don't know where it's going. We'll keep an eye on him. See what they're doing. They're still maneuvering around the Middle East, checking things, monitoring things. But while that is happening, let's also just get the overview of the map in general. There's still more information coming out. Alex says, I'm glad to hear your dad is okay. Liberate Iran. Love from Israel. Much love to you. Love to CTV. And F. Keir Starmer. It's not even about Keir Starmer at this point, because it's not really about the British government. It's about the Foreign Office. But yes, generally speaking, F. Keir Starmer. Khomeini, well, he's dead. And Soleimani's tomb still... Oh, Khomeini and Soleimani's tomb is still intact. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, Khomeini's tomb is a huge shrine. It's a massive gold palace, and that's the final thing. The Americans need to hit that immediately. The US military is a big building. Hit it. Boom. Go boom, boom. People... Also, I wouldn't be surprised if they are storing certain things underneath. You never know. Happy Guy, thank you for your big super chat, saying thank you to CTV. Well, 2C, not 2CTV. How do I connect to protests in LA? US Democrats have the Trump... well, actually, wait, no. So the protests, you're talking about the Iranian protests, right? I have absolutely no idea. That's a very good question, because I was actually trying to get hold of someone in California about that. But, yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, you're right that the US Democrats are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know what's going on. If anybody is watching from California, help us out. Margareta says, Dear Maya, greetings from Malta. Today, 2CTV Plus was the talk of the day at my office. I was 2CTV Plus's, what brings not just the news, but the truth. Amazing. And Ron as well, thank you. Sweden, the mother of all Amatolla bomb. That's not bad. Amatolla. Drill, baby, drill. Saudi Arabia on a visit, take over oil in Venezuela. I would say Trump is going bombing some oil rigs. Trump is just literally at this point playing the game of, you know, the board game Risk, for those who know, or like some sort of video game, just going around stealing oil from Russia and China. They are literally losing all of their resources from Venezuela to Iran, everywhere else. But it's sad times for the Russians and the Chinese. I worry that the UK buying mass casualty tents could be preemptive move, knowing if allies help, and the IRGC sleepers and Islamic organizations might react in UK mass casualty events. God bless the Iranians. So not the Sunnis. The majority of the Islamists in the UK are Sunnis, and Sunnis are very happy that the Islamic Republic is going to fall apart. They don't like them, obviously. So a lot of these guys, but you still have some useful idiots who are still Muslim, but they're not Shia, but they still support the IRGC. We can only hope that they don't blow up left, right, and center. But that's the same problem everywhere, including Australia, including Germany and the United States. But you don't really see this level of cowardice from the German government or the Australians, even Australians, and the Americans. Lion and Sun flying from the embassy in DC. Yes, that embassy is going to reopen very soon. Of course, since 1979, the embassy in DC was closed, and of course, the embassy in Tehran was closed as well. Discussed it with the UK government, Viva la Revolution. Yeah, it's not really the UK government, it's the UK state, it's the British state, but yep. Thank you so much for this. And Jackie says, loving the pic of Khomeini crying. Yeah, for the record, it's Khomeini. Khomeini died in 1989. 89? Yeah, that was the first one. They have similar names for some reason. They're the only people literally in the whole country that have those two names, because they have their ancestors, they're not from Iran. They are Arabs, and the other one's from, what is it, Afghanistan, something like that. I don't know, can't remember. Praying for a free Iran and happy to see the relief on your face after telling us your father is safe. Soon you can reunite, God willing. Yes, can only hope.
India.
Kevin says Trump should liberate Kharj Island, Iran's primary oil export terminal in the Persian Gulf, handing over 90% of the crude exports. That would defund the IRGC and fund the new Shah transition. So you don't need to do that, because all you have to do is just take out the leadership in mainland Iran, and then they'll lose control of all the oil sites. So if you go and take an oil site,
Khomeini's family is from India.
That doesn't do anything really. You need to take out the leadership, because they are the ones connected to it. The people who are working on the oil rigs, they're all on strike anyway, because they don't want to do anything. So not much is happening right now. DJ says, those of you who are saying F Trump, you can shut the F up, because he and perhaps Israel are the only hope to stop this massacre. Javid Shah, hope the prisoners are saved. Yeah, let's hope. Thank you to see you're amazing. All eyes on Iran. No one leave it until they will be fully free. Javid Shah. Thank you so much, Amir. And Iranians aren't going to forget this genocide. No way in hell they will let any members of the old guard stay in power. Absolutely spot on. They're not going to even let them stay alive. If you let the Iranians, they will just tear them apart. The only way that the Iranian regime leadership could stay safe and alive is, in fact, if the Americans come in, because at least they could just be arrested and face justice. If you just leave them to the Iranians on the streets, that they're not going to let any of them survive. Thank you. And Marcus says 12,000 people murdered by Khamenei's henchmen in a weekend. That's 6 times the number killed by the Shah's forces before he abdicated and left the country. Yeah, and of course the Shah, the last king, the people that got killed on the streets, they were the paramilitary terrorists, communists and Islamists with guns. The security forces of Iran in 1978-79 had no other option but to obviously shoot the terrorists on the ground. They were not innocent protesters, obviously. You can protest whatever you want. Iran was free. But when you have communists linked to the Soviet Union, and of course the Islamists linked to France and the UK and Jimmy Carter, then yeah, if they're shooting at the police will have to shoot them back. Here's Apache helicopters in the air in Germany right now. Let's have a look at Germany. Let's fly to Germany. There's a few things over here. Oh my God. Okay, there are too many. Which one? I can't. These are all Germans. If there was a way, actually, I might be able to check with the acronyms, right? Perhaps. What's that one? That's Swiss. Ignore the Swiss. U.S. Air Force. Well, that's not a helicopter, but yeah, that's the Hercules one. That's U.S. in Germany, and that's U.S. Air Force. That's the same one. I'm crazy. Yeah, that is a Black Hawk. There's a few tiny ones over Deutschland. That is the UK Air Force. Ignore that. That's going back to the United Kingdom. But the main ones down here, obviously, still operating is this US Navy Hercules aircraft, and the other one. What's that one? That's nothing. Ignore that one. But yeah, so that is the current situation on the ground as we speak. And sorry, but what's the situation in Rasht in the north? Just massive uprising, still the same. And we're getting limited videos, obviously, from many parts of the country, but we'll keep you guys posted. Black Americans stand with the Iranian people. Thank you. Barbara says, Maya, your friend Goldie is being demonetized by YouTube. We need to support her. What did she do to get demonetized? I'll get in touch with YouTube and trying to help her out. Don't worry, guys.
What?
The Empress sounds both very dignified and like she also knows the perfect recipe for stuff that you haven't even dreamed of with lamb and rice. I'm not really sure. Does the Queen of Iran know the good recipes? Perhaps. Has she been cooking? Maybe the last few years, yeah. Since
Wait, Goldie is not demonetized. Guys, give some super chats to Goldie on her channel, because if she was demonetized, you wouldn't be able to give super chats.
Exile, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma shut down the mosque proposal last night. hundreds showed up, and some congressmen as well. That's good news. Yay! Good news from Oklahoma. Khomeini will end. Like Haman, he also wanted to terminate the Jews. In the end, was hanged by the Persian king. Was that Cyrus? Click on name, click on block. Problem solved. That's what I'm.
See, guys, this is a super chat on Goldie's channel. So there you go. So it's not demonetized. Maybe one of her videos was demonetized, but not her channel. It's weird way. Let me see. Hold on. Why is it that when I highlight the super chat? Okay, never mind.
Doing on the map. You literally click on individually. If it was an easier way to search by country, that would be much easier, but it's not. You got this. Hold it together and breathe. That's a good advice. I am seeing a tweet from Israel Army Views announcing war and saying the fighter jets are on fly. It will be the last night. I did hear something about the Israeli jets taking off. I'm not really sure. Is that it? That's the UK Air Force. Ignore the UK ones. I haven't seen the... What are these? These are the... Why the UK ones are coming down? We have a lot of UK Air Force aircrafts all coming at the same time. Perhaps President Trump told them, you got to move. There's a... Oh, ignore these guys. That's the ground vehicle. I don't see any Israeli. What's that one? That's Slovakia. They're probably lost. That's Germans going back. I don't see the Israeli unless they've turned off their transponders now. I'm not really sure. I don't think there's going to be an attack now. That would be crazy if they do it now. That will mean that they've literally listened to my request, because I did say last night, please don't attack in the middle of the night. I need my nap. Do it like in the afternoon. That would be lovely. That would be great. So if they do it, I would send a massive thank you card to President Trump. UK government in SC Living media snob buds are like, don't look at Iran, we are banning X. Yeah, that's the priority for the British government, banning social media. Free Iran, glad your dad's okay. Shame on the UK government. Yeah, as I said, it's not the UK government, it's the British state, but yep. X is banned. Trump will sanction Starmer. That's going to be the next war. The diplomatic wars between the UK and the US. That's going to be the next series on 2C TV that we will be covering after this revolution. Trump is 47, and this is also the 47th year of the IRGC. If that doesn't spell liberation, and nothing does. Another coincidence. I think that's just a coincidence, but it's a good coincidence. 2C, I joined last week to show support for you and your hair. We are so proud of you, and thank God your father is okay. Well, thank you so much for the support. The rest of you, you can take note and join 2C TV Plus. Scan the QR code right here underneath my big chin. Actually, it's not even that big. Normal size chin. And if you want to get a discount, you can get 50% discount. If you use the promo code Iran, just visit 2c.tv or just find the direct link in the description. It takes you straight to the annual membership form, and enter the code Iran at the bottom of the page, coupon code, 50% off. Do it now. Enjoy it. You'll get full access to our platform and the 2C TV app. And if you want to watch things on your smart TV, go on the app and you can cast it. Don't join on the app. Join on the website. I have to say this all the time, to use the discount. And then you can use the login details, your email address and your password on the app. Then you can watch everything on the app. It's much easier. The last thing you want to do is use the browser on your phone. That is a terrible thing to do for any website. Genuinely. If you can use a website, use it on your laptop. That's the best way. But otherwise, the app on the phone. People use their web browser on the phone. It gives me craziness. Like literally any website, like Amazon. Don't go on Amazon on your web browser on your phones. Just use the app. It's terrible layout. This is the problem with web browsers on phones. We can't have peace talks with an evil regime that mass executes its people and expects them to comply. 2C TV, my #1 source for Iranian news online. Has 2C TV basically become officially Iranian news instead of global?
Goldie, did you remove 2C? Oh, you're muted.
No, I didn't remove it. Why?
Why is it not? I'm not seeing it. Are you? StreamYard is weird today.
I know. You know what? I see it on my end, but I don't know why. Here, let me
Yeah.
go. How far along in are we?
I think he's just doing the super chat, so we could move on.
Okay. All right. Maybe we can move on. So
Because
if
I
yeah, 'cause
haven't.
the thing is being weird for me too, because I still see Tusi on the screen. Maybe you should go like close your browser and come back in, because that seemed to work for me. Like just leave the studio and come back.
Oh, I'll be right back. By the way, I
Yeah.
have a very important update that you're gonna
Okay.
like, I think. Okay, so be right back.
Okay. Yeah, guys. That was I just came back from Pierce Morgan. God bless Pierce Morgan. He is yeah. Is there something wrong with the stream?
No, something wrong. Like it's a glitch on StreamYard. Sometimes it goes glitchy.
Okay. So I was just saying, I just came back from Pierce Morgan, and God bless Pierce Morgan. He was fantastic. He was fantastic. You will not believe who came on.
Who?
Let me
Can we watch it?
No, well, it's his show, right? But I took a few like video. Here, I'll send it to you, and then you can just load it. That might be easier. ببین چه بیشرفی اومد.
No effing way.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's worse than Jink. That's worse than Jink. Okay, let me show it on the screen. Oh my God. This is the Islamic Republic's main propagandist for English-speaking media. Mohammed Barindi, is that how you pronounce his name?
I don't even know.
So, guys, this is like, if you think Jink is bad, this guy is evil. This guy is the person that tries to justify the greatest acts of evil by the Islamic Republic. He was on the show.
Yeah, but so okay, so I don't want to give it all away. I don't want to give it all away for, because it's Pierce Morgan's show, but Pierce, I'm telling you, he's an angel. He's an angel. So I saw this, and I guess his producers were watching my reaction. So apparently this like, he's literally, guys, this is the Islamic regime. Okay, so this is the Islamic regime. He's the
Joseph Goebbels.
Yeah, he's the Joseph Goebbels. He's the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic regime.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm still shaking. So, first of all, how the hell is he even online when there's supposedly no internet? Right? The internet is shut down. How the hell is he online? Yeah. Right? That's the first thing.
Exactly.
The second thing is that apparently, so he only agreed to go on with on Pierce Morgan if it was like one-on-one, okay?
Okay.
But then, like, when he started, because he started spouting, like that AI video or like whatever, it's like the guy in the helicopter of like, oh, look at the millions of people coming out to protest for the regime, right? Which is debunked, right? The propaganda videos for the pro-regime demonstrations. So when he started saying
AI.
that, yeah, well, it's AI. I think it's AI or it's 2020, but it's one of those. But I sent Pierce's producers like a couple of other examples as well. But when I said, I was like, that's wrong. That's fake news. Like that footage is from 2020 or it's AI or whatever. So then, oh my gosh, his producers, like, God bless them. They actually brought me on. They brought me on, and then he panicked. He was like, wait, this was supposed to be a one-on-one interview. And then I went on and I started yelling at him in Persian. I was like, وقتی گرفتیمت تیکه بزرگ بدنت انگشت کوچیکته. And then I said some other things to him too.
No way.
Yeah.
You did that?
I
I
did.
hope they put English subtitles when they release it. That's fantastic. Oh my God, Goldie, you're amazing.
Well,
can you translate?
We have to think. So basically, so I said a whole bunch of other things to him as well. But one of the things that I said is I was like, when we capture you, the biggest piece of your body will be the tip of your pinky finger. That's what I said to him. So I said, when we capture you. Yeah.
That's oh my God.
And then he
Good
started
job,
complaining. And then he started complaining. He was like, "Oh, Pierce, you're a liar. Like, you said this was going to be like, guys, this is literally the Joseph Goebbels. Like, this is the Joseph Goebbels of the Nazi regime." Okay.
Exactly.
So I just wanted, like, God bless Pierce Morgan and his producers for allowing me to say that on behalf of pretty much 90 million Iranians, right? So we're going to
make us proud.
Thank you. And then I went after Cenk too. Basically, I just kept on saying that everything Cenk says is garbage, and it's irrelevant. And then I just because Cenk was doing the other strategy. Cenk was doing he was basically saying, "Oh yeah, like Iranian people deserve freedom, but like we don't want like an Israeli puppet installed," right? Basically saying that King Reza Pahlavi is an Israeli puppet, right? So
puppet,
he just did the whole like whatever. And then I mean I kind of went after him, but I basically just said everything that he taught. I was like, everything coming out of his mouth is garbage, and he's not even. Oh, and then my favorite part is I was like, he doesn't even speak Persian, and then he was like, it's Farsi. I'm like, no, actually the English word is Persian, and then in our own language it's Farsi. Thank you very much. Don't interrupt me.
And it's Parsi actually.
Well,
Parsi. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
but
What the hell? It's not Persian, it's Farsi? Oh my God.
Yeah, like he thought like
what
he was
an
making
idiot.
a smart ass comment. I know. Anyway, so I went after him, and then he kept on getting very frustrated. He was like, "Well, I don't know, like on whose authority Goldie is speaking on. Like, she doesn't represent Iranians. No one voted for her." And I was just like, "It is what it is." So
what? Nobody voted for you. Nobody voted for you, Cenk. Like, how do you dare?
He's not even Iranian.
You have much more authority speaking on behalf of Iranian than him. So how does that apply to you and not him?
Yeah, but I didn't even say that because I just let him go on with like his propaganda, and then finally I was like, look, you're exposing yourself. You're exposing how like crazy you are with these like crazy conspiracy theories that you have. So you're just exposing yourself.
Goldie, how dare he? He comes and tells you that you don't have authority, and then he's speaking on behalf of Iranians, saying that King Reza Pahlavi is not our representative. He thinks he has the authority to speak on our behalf, and you don't. That is insane.
I know, but the thing is, I didn't actually say that because I mean the audience will figure it out. Like when the audience watches it, you guys they'll figure it out on their own because it's insane. Like I'm Iranian, like I know what's going on, and he's like he's not, but he pretends like he knows what's going on. Anyways, it was good. It was good. It was pretty intense, but it was good. And I just like I wasn't there to apologize. I wasn't there to like explain. What I said is that I was like, this is what's happening. This is who and what the Iranian people want. And I was like, and Cenk can spout his garbage nonsense all he wants because he's irrelevant. No one in Iran even knows who he is. Something like that. So I wasn't there to I wasn't there to beg for people to support. I wasn't there to convince people. I was just basically there to say, this is what's happening. This is the reality. And Iranian people are moving forward, regardless of what your opinions are. So there you go.
Right.
I wasn't there to justify. Anyways, it was good. It was good. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that I did not cancel Pierce. There's also a video too. Won't be off Abazish.
Yeah, I showed it. I showed the video. You want me to show it again?
The video that I sent you of him?
Yeah, I showed it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, there you go. There's no audio. That's why. Wait.
Here. Oh, you want the audio? Here.
Yeah. Sorry. Like look at what he's saying.
I don't remember exactly. Then we had infiltration and we had violent rioters, and that was the beginning of extreme violence, which peaked.
Right. So he was spreading that propaganda about how like the rioters are violent and whatever, right? But Pierce went after him very, very well. So Pierce was fantastic in going after him. So that was great. Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to come out. So guys, I don't know when it's coming out.
Goldie, I can't wait for this guy to face justice. Wouldn't that be a great day? Like these
Oh,
people.
100%, 100%. Yeah. So I told him on behalf of دوستان از طرف همه ایرانیا وقتی که این بیشرف رو دیدم بهش گفتم که وقتی که گرفتیمت تیکه بزرگ بدنت نوک انگشت کوچیکته. بیشرف.
That's good. That's good. This is the Bakhtiari side of Goldie showing itself. Amazing. It will happen.
How does he have internet? How does he have internet? And I asked him, I was like, internet is shut down. How do you have internet? He didn't answer.
You know, some Iranians in the chat are saying to you, damn it, Gam, thank you, Goldie. Good job, Goldie. The Iranians in the chat are saying that.
Sapasgozar. He got a little bit shocked. He got a little bit shocked when I suddenly popped up on the panel.
Yeah.
I don't.
Pierre surprised him by yeah.
Sorry, what?
Pierre surprised him by bringing you up. He wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, and then یه دفعه صورت نحسش سفید شد. Like he got shocked. He was just like because when I showed up, I was just like I was very, very serious. I was just like, it's like surprise, mofo.
Surprise. Oh, wish I could swear right now, but okay. All right. Good job.
The stream keeps lagging. I don't know. Should we?
Yeah. Wait, and I have an update regarding what types of attacks we might be looking for. We're looking towards. Yeah. So I think that's what this is. So Lindsey Graham just posted this. This is big deal because he talks about the types of attacks, specific the specific type of U.S. intervention, right? So he's saying Lindsey Graham saying so he's quote posting what we showed at the beginning of the stream. So let me actually, for people who might be new here, let me just read that. So President Trump just posted this saying, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump. So that was that. And now Lindsey Graham quote posted that. And he's saying President Trump is certainly not Obama. In my view, he is Reagan plus when it comes to protecting America's vital national security interests. There's no bigger threat to world order than the Iranian Ayatollah's religious Nazi regime that wantonly kills its people, supports international terrorism, and has American blood on its hands. The death blow to the Ayatollah is going to be a combination of the incredible patriotic bravery of the protesters and decisive action by President Trump. The protesters go to the streets unarmed, risking their lives because they believe President Trump has their backs. The tipping point of this long journey will be President Trump's resolves. No boots on the ground, but unleashing holy hell as he promised on the regime that has trampled every red line. A massive wave of look at this, Goldie. A massive wave of military, cyber, and psychological attacks is the meat and bones of help is on the way. This is the key part that I wanted to highlight. Apparently now we know the nature of the attacks. Guys, let me read this one more time. A massive wave of military, cyber, and psychological attack is the meat and bones of help is on the way. Okay, quote unquote, help is on the way. What am I looking for? So this is Lindsey speaking. What am I looking for? Destroy the infrastructure that allows the massacre and slaughter of the Iranian people and take down the leaders responsible for the killing. The Iranian people's long nightmare will soon be over. I am so proud of President Trump. Make Iran great again. Let's repost this. Sorry. Guys, I reposted this if you guys want to go support this. Also, Sohail sent me a poll.
I want. Okay, share the
Get
poll,
one
and then I
second.
want to show something.
Right. So this is a poll of 67,000 Americans voted. The question was, should President Trump take military action against Iran's leadership? 85% said yes. So we have their support. Go on.
Amazing. Okay. Let me just get this set up here. So one thing that I wanted to stress, right, is that when the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, okay, when the Joseph Goebbels was claiming that, and then what's really messed up? He was just like, well, 4 days ago the internet was shut down, and now everything has died down, nothing is going on. Everything is peaceful in the country. Like he actually said that on Piers Morgan. Thankfully, Piers Morgan, thankfully Piers Morgan put him in his place. So like everyone who's watching knows that like he's lying and everything. But just as a reminder, guys, so even though the internet is shut down, the demonstrations have actually been increasing, and more people are going out. So here is a short montage. It's about 4 minutes long. So here's a short montage of what's been going on right now in occupied Iran since the Islamic dictatorship shut down the internet. Okay, so here we go. Let me get the music. We're gonna have some amazing music with this. Okay. There you go, guys. So there's just a tiny fraction of what's been going on in occupied Iran, right? That's the reason that the Islamic Republic has shut down the internet. They do not want you to know what's happening, and that the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, right, went on Piers Morgan and was like, "Oh, the internet's shut down and everything's calmed down, everything is back to normal." We know that's not true, but thank God. Piers Morgan put him in his place. Thank God for Piers Morgan. Oh my gosh. All right, Armin. Someone said, did you have some news or updates or?
Yep.
Yeah, okay,
here.
that's part of that.
I have something for Fox News that does a good yeah.
I just want to say, is it okay if I take like a 10-minute break?
Oh, you could take as much as a break as you need.
I'm still kind of shaking because I dealt with that Nazi. So I just need like a 10-minute break. I'll be back.
Yeah, of course. And thank you again.
It was good though. It was good. No, I'm really happy about it. It was just like, it was just like, seeing the energy, or like, I don't know, it's just seeing him is just like all the built up rage, right? All the built up rage. Yeah. All right. But I'll be back, but thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Okay. All right, guys, let me show you. Guys, isn't Goldie amazing? All right. Hold on. We're really lucky. Imagine, like, right exactly when we needed Goldie the most, she ended up coming and becoming, like, big on YouTube and everywhere. Wait, so... Like, if I was a believer, I would think that she was sent by God or something at the moment of our need. like it's like she all of a sudden became like so big exactly when she was needed the most. So it's like amazing timing, right? All right, hold on. Let's watch this. I saw Tommy sharing this, so I wanted to watch this.
What I will tell you is that what the Iranian regime is saying publicly is quite different from the messages they are sending to the United States and the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, that's not new. That has always been the case. What the messaging that they send out there is like, we will destroy America. We will wipe out the Zionists. We will kidnap Trump and bring him to justice. The Islamic Republic is strong. The Islamic Republic is undefeated. We will make our enemies tremble in fear. That's what they say in front of the cameras. And then they go to Trump behind the scenes like, please, Trump, please, we will give you anything. What do you want? You want oil? You want gas? You want what? What do you want? Anything. Please. This is going to be less. Like they start begging behind the scenes for mercy. Okay. And then if you show them mercy, they just get more emboldened and, and they think like, oh my God, we fooled the Americans, and they go back to their ways. Okay. So this is always, it's like night and day. What they tell the camera and what they are actually believe in and say behind the curtains, like is like completely opposite. So we know this, by the way. We Iranians know this because for the past couple of decades, when they come and tell us like on their own media, when they give us messages, we also, there's sometimes like a leak from what they are actually saying behind the scenes, and every time we get the leaked information, we always see how is completely different, 180 degrees different from what they have been telling us. So we Iranians are used to this, them being such being two-faced.
What I will tell you is that what the Iranian regime is saying publicly is quite different from the messages they are sending to the United States and the Trump administration privately. President Trump, as for him, he has always expressed that diplomacy is the first option, always has been, always will be. And so what President Trump will do next, only he knows. So the world will have to keep waiting and guessing, and we will let him decide.
The White House says that President Trump is weighing his next move as Iran institutes a deadly crackdown on anti-government protesters there. President Trump ramped up pressure on Tehran yesterday, announcing a 25% tariff on goods from any country doing business with Iran. He is expected to be briefed today on more options for a U.S. response, and the region waits to hear. Trey Yingst is there. He has the latest from Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Hold on. Let me see if I could get I think this is better. Yeah, there we go.
Dana, good morning. New reports indicate at least 3,000 Iranians have been killed amid anti-government demonstrations. The confirmed number is expected to be much higher. Overnight, thousands of people gathered in the streets of major cities once again, including the capital of Tehran. Further south in the city of Isfahan, Fox News was able to make contact with a man who is using Starlink. He described battles between protesters and security forces who are using live ammunition. On the call, he said the government has really repressed them using weapons of war against the demonstrators. At the moment, the situation for the demonstrators in the street, the atmosphere is like a war zone, and some people are trying to escape from it. He goes on to say, I have to emphasize that among Iranian people, Trump is the most popular person right now. He has so much popularity because of the steps that he took toward preventing the growth of terrorism in the Middle East. They respect him. The internet blackout in Iran continues, making it difficult for people to get new information, although international calls were briefly going through overnight. The Americans, Israelis, and Europeans are watching these demonstrations closely, with German Chancellor weighing in today.
If a regime can only keep itself in power by force, then it's effectively at an end. I believe we are now seeing the final days and weeks of this regime. In any case, it has no legitimacy through elections in the population. The population is now rising up against this regime. I hope there is a possibility to end this conflict peacefully.
No, there is no way to end. There is no way to end this conflict peacefully. We're in the middle of war. We need to crush these people.
Amid the crackdown, there is growing fear among protesters. One man in Tehran messaged me overnight saying, my days are numbered. Dana?
Trey Yingst, please keep.
Wait, what? That was important. Hold on.
Amid the crackdown, there is growing fear among protesters. One man in Tehran messaged me overnight saying, my days are numbered. Dana?
Trey Yingst, please keep us posted. Thank you so much.
All right, so I have a lot of people on X are posting messages to Bibi Netanyahu and reminding him of the message he sent the Iranian people. Let me see, is this English? Is this English?
Take risks for freedom.
All right, so what do you guys think of this? So I see a lot of messages like this on X. This one says, Mr. Prime Minister Netanyahu, You urged them, meaning the Iranian people, to be bold and brave. You promised to personally stand with them. You said it would be worth it. You assured them they were not alone. Now we are mourning 12,000 of them, young souls, crushed lives, wrapped in body bags. So a lot of people, guys, let me tell you something. I'm getting a lot of messages. Okay. Somebody wants to interview me on a radio station. They're trying to come up with a time. Let me actually respond to them first. They want to talk to me 11 a.m. Pacific time. Pacific time is good. So I don't know what radio station is this. This is Israel. There's an Israeli radio station that wants to talk to me at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So hopefully Goldie would be here then, so I could go and talk to them. So, okay. So guys, I'm getting a lot of messages, and help me come up with a proper response to this. Okay, I get a lot of messages from Iranians, from both inside and outside. From inside, when the connection was not yet cut, and now from Iranians outside of Iran, and they're telling me, where is Israel? The reason why they ask me that is because I have been a major supporter of Israel on my Iranian YouTube channel in Persian for the past couple of years. Like, I am known among Iranians as the most Zionist Iranian, the most Zionist non-Jewish Iranian, and a major defender of Israel and supporter of Israel on my so I am actually I actually have a bigger audience in Iran than I have on my English outlets. And even before October 7th, I used to come out and tell people what Zionism is, what Zionism makes a lot of sense, why Israel is an ally to Iranians, all of these years, right? So, and I convinced so many people of this, and I'm known on the Persian side of, on my Persian accounts, on my Persian platforms, as the biggest defender. And honestly, I don't want to be humble, but they tell me I'm known as the best defender of Zionism on Israel on Persian media, Persian speaking media. And so with that all that history that I have there, a lot of Iranians are coming to me at this moment and telling me, Armin, where is Israel? Like, where is our major ally? Where are they right now? So help me give an answer. Help me, tell me what I should say right now, because they're saying that we're dying and we need help yesterday. Okay, and so let me just play this. This is what Netanyahu promised us. Let me actually repost this. Oh, thank you.
You are not alone. I stand with you. Israel stands with you. The entire free world stands with you. It doesn't have to be this way. I urge you to be bold and brave, to dare to dream. Take risks for freedom, for your future, for your families. It's worth it. Take to the streets. Demand justice. Demand accountability. Protest tyranny. Build a better future for your families and for all Iranians. Do not let these fanatic mullahs ruin your lives for a minute longer. And know this, you are not alone. I stand with you. Israel stands with you. The entire free world stands with you.
Okay, so where are you now? Okay, when we first got this message, this was from a while back. Immediately we were celebrating this on Persian social media immediately, and I showed this to everybody. People were celebrating this so much when this came out. Okay, and if you tell me like, oh, Armin, this has, well, Israel, you shouldn't expect Israel to help. Israel is going to be after their own interest. This is Israeli interest, and also we were told that they're going to help us. We were told this. We were given a promise. Look at this, so you can't like back out now.
You are not alone.
Yeah, I know people are saying patience is key. It's easy for us to say that when we're not dying right now. So yeah, I understand that you are saying patience is key. But guys, 12,000 people were shot dead in 2 days. The way that the Iranian people are dying right now as we speak is that the armed forces of RGC and Basijis, they're not like, they're emptying all their bullets into large crowds. They're not targeting people individually. Like, imagine giant crowds of people, and then they're just shooting directly into all of the crowd, all of them. And as I'm speaking right now, that is happening as I'm speaking right now. So this is why I understand it when you tell me that we need to be patient, but it's really hard right now to be patient. I know that, okay, you guys tell me like, oh, Armin, a country's military will not show their cards. I know that, guys. You don't need to tell me that. I have been involved in this for many, many years, but that I understand how military operation works, and it's not like a video game, and it's not that simple, and it requires this and that. But that's them. Us as content creators and activists, our job is to keep pushing. If you understand how the military works and how politics works, and then please understand how content creation and activism works also. So don't ask us to be patient. I understand that you're like, Armin, well, it's complicated, this and that. Okay, if their job is complicated, please understand that our job is also to keep pushing. Our job is not to sit back and like, okay, let's just trust that everything is happening, and we should our job is to keep demanding and keep asking. So both of these two are not a contradiction. Both of these could be true at the same time. Even if something is happening behind the scenes that we cannot see, and things are happening, and we cannot just okay, then like as an activist, I just sit back and be like, okay, then I'm not going to keep demanding. I'm not going to keep asking because probably something is happening. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to continue reminding you what your politicians promised, and because of that promise, there's now a responsibility. Because Iranian people came out into the streets partly because of these messages, partly because they believed that there will be support. Listen to this last part.
And know this, you are not alone. I stand with you. Israel stands with you. The entire free world stands with you. You are not alone. I stand with you. Israel stands with you. The entire free
world. Well, honestly, we don't expect much from the rest of the free world. We're only looking at Israel and America. We're not looking at anyone else. I mean, is there any point looking at anyone else? Is there any point looking at anyone else? So we got a message from Israel saying here, in all likelihood, the reason we had not acted yet is because Trump has told Bibi to stand down for now until he himself is ready to act. I agree with you. Once Trump acts, we will act with him as well. the IAF will not risk angering Trump. Yeah, I understand. I completely agree that that's probably the reason. But I also hope you understand that we need to, us as activists and content creators and you guys in the chat, our job is to hold our politicians accountable to the promises that they made. Even if, because we don't know exactly what's happening. We can guess what's happening behind the scenes, but we cannot know for sure. So the only lever that we have to pull is to just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. I mean, what else can we do? So just also, guys, I hope Israelis in the chat don't think that I'm being ungrateful. You guys have already done so much. You guys have already done so much. So please, like, just understand that I'm experiencing. I know that my people are dying every moment, every single second that we're speaking here. I'm just trying to figure out what is it that I'm not doing that I should be doing. So just imagine if this was your people, and just imagine that if you had a platform and you accepted the responsibility to go out and be partly part of the voice of your people to the rest of the world, and now with that position you're in your people are dying, and you don't know if you're doing the best thing possible. And every second you're questioning yourself, am I doing the best thing possible? Right? So please don't hold this against me if I come out and say, where's Trump? Where's Netanyahu? This is partly because of fear, partly because of, I mean, just forgive my lack of patience. Forgive my lack of patience. I'm not in a position to be able to, I know I should be better, but I'm not right now in a position to demonstrate patience. I'm not. I'll try harder, but if you're Israeli, I mean, I think for Americans, Goldie has already shown you some, sorry, my microphone got disconnected for a second. Am I back? Let me know if my connection is back. But if you're Israeli, please do everything you can to bring attention to this issue. I saw, like, let's look at this. I just want to show how grateful we are because I saw this. Yeah, somebody's saying, I deeply hope for a green light from Trump. Yeah, I understand, guys. I understand that the United States pressures Israel, which is so, it's so unfair to Israel when they say Israel controls America, given how much America actually comes and basically dictates what Israel is and isn't allowed to do. It's the other way around. All the conspiracy theories are wrong. It's completely the other way around. So somebody give us a super chat saying, I deeply hope for a green light from Trump. If that given, we will call to arm. If that is given, then we will call to arms, gear up. The public in Israel is outraged and awed by what we see in Iran. Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys. And I also saw this. I think this is for tomorrow. Oh, wait, what time is it in Israel right now? Oh yeah, this is tomorrow. Okay, so this is tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. in Israel, in the city of Holon. Am I pronouncing right? Is close to Tel Aviv. you guys are gathering in support of the Iranian people. So please turn events like this into centers of pressure on your politicians to do something now. Now, guys, this is going to become very much less effective if it doesn't happen right now. Okay? Oh, Goldie's back. Goldie, can I show, like, is it okay if I show people how they could, because I'm trying to get more, copy you and go into more media presence if anybody would have me. So I'm gonna, yeah, okay. All right, so guys, I made a post here. I'm gonna post a link to this post in the chat. So this is what I said here, okay? It says the situation in Iran is a humanitarian catastrophe demanding immediate global attention. We're in a critical window where people are being shot at directly by the regime, and a staggering number of casualties confirmed by Iran International to be 12,000 killed in just 2 days, in a desperate tactic by a scared regime to discourage further protests. This is our October 7th moment, and every minute truly counts. I was in direct communication with my network of protesters before the internet was cut. This is me speaking, and the message they are sending me along with videos is clear. The Iranian people are shouting "Am Israel Chai" in the middle of protests. They have renamed streets to Trump and are chanting "Thank you, Trump." They are declaring their love for Israel and the United States while urgently asking for aid right now. I need your help to amplify this message. Given the people's support for Israel and the United States and their unwavering solidarity since October 7th, a free Iran is poised to be the strongest ally to both nations. With my father still in Iran, the urgency is deeply personal, but the political stakes are massive. We have an urgent plea to deliver, but we must have a platform to share it. Please use any contacts you have to help me get on the news immediately. However, I ask that you only contact me if you can secure a spot for me on major news channels. Receiving emails about other subjects will make it much harder for me to spot these critical media opportunities in time. And I give my email here as well. And then I say, here's my bio, and I give you a bio in case they need a bio to invite me. Okay, so I'll put the link to this post that includes my email in it in the chat as well. If anybody wants to help me, this is the only additional way that I could think of that I could put more pressure on this. Let me know if you think there's anything else I could do. Anyways, Goldie, that was it.
Okay. That's fantastic. Yeah, I hope you get more media hits as well, because you also have a very important voice. Guys, so quick update from Mahyar Tusi from Tusi TV. He just wanted us to let you guys know that he loves you all. He's working really hard. He's exhausted just like the rest of us. And he sent me, he sent me this picture, and he said, you can show this to the viewers to know that I'm regenerating. So he's been working just as hard as the rest of us. So guys, make sure that you show Tusi some love as well. Tusi TV, there you go. So he is taking a little bit of a break. I mean, it's been 17 days, right?
Yes.
It's been 17 days. That Pierce Morgan segment, the whole show, when it comes out, I'm definitely going to play that, because
yes,
we basically, I basically I confronted the Joseph Goebbels. I still have to make a point. I have to make like a post in English, but I basically confronted, well, not Mahyar, of course, but can you pull up that photo again, or you know what? I should probably.
Yep, I have it.
Okay, great.
Oh, here. Sorry.
I should probably download it on my own phone and upload it too. But so guys, this evil man, he's basically the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship. Okay, like he is one of the most evil men in the Islamic dictatorship. And when Piers Morgan introduced him, basically said, University of Tehran. So he's in occupied Iran right now, and he had full access to internet. Even though the internet has been shut down, he had full access to internet. And I called him out on it. So God bless Piers Morgan and his team, because apparently this guy, this Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, apparently he only agreed to do the one-on-one interview with Pierce if it was going to be one-on-one only. And the reason I guess he wanted it to be 101 is so that he could just push his propaganda. And then when he started talking about the millions of Iranians who came out and were demonstrating, with in support of the regime, whatever, like his nonsense, they brought me up and I called him out. And I basically said to him in Persian that when we capture him, the biggest piece of his body will be the tip of his pinky finger. I said that to him. I don't think he appreciated that, but I don't care. No, Piers Morgan is fantastic. Piers Morgan is 100% on the side of the Iranian people. And the fact that he actually, he gave me that opportunity to say that to the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship on behalf of Iranian people, that means a lot. So Piers Morgan is definitely another hero. This is him. He's the Joseph Goebbels. Yeah. Oh no, he's not keeping his pinky. I said when we capture him, the biggest piece of his body will be the tip of his pinky finger, the tip. So not even the entire pinky finger. No. It's just like, yeah. So let's see. Yeah, he is a monster. He's a monster. He's a Joseph Goebbels. So there you go. So the Piers Morgan show is going to be good. We're going to have to watch it when it comes out. All right. Yeah.
For people who are wondering, that's a famous Persian saying that Goldie is using. The biggest piece is going to be
your pinky finger. Yeah.
Pinky finger.
I was thinking. Oh, so when is your interview? How much time do you have?
They said they changed it to 11 a.m. Pacific time. So in 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe we could share some of the footage of Iranians who are going to embassies and changing the flags. Because guys, when you if you recall, a few days ago, King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian national revolution, he said to Iranians in a direct message, he said, go to the embassies and reclaim them. So he said the embassies do not belong to the Islamic dictatorship. They are illegitimate. The embassies belong to the Iranian people. So he said, go there, take down the flag of the Islamic regime and replace it with the flag of the lion and sun. So that's what Iranians have been doing. And they're also going in and they're also swearing. Armin, did you want to play that video or?
Oh, yeah, the swearing one? Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
And guys, so I also want to provide some context. So, Armin's going to translate the swears again. Like we're going to translate the swearing. But I want you to hear the rage in this man's voice, right? So the reason that he is so angry and there's so much rage is because of the fact that they have shut down the internet and they are slaughtering us, right? So that's why there's so much rage and anger, right? I mean, again, we got news about the mass slaughter of over 12,000 Iranians, which is the largest slaughter. But what's important to remember is that regardless of how much they are slaughtering Iranians, Iranians have never been braver. This is the final battle. We are going to free our country, and there will be time for tears after victory. So I want to point that out as well. But I hope that now you guys can understand a little bit, because there's also a lot of footage of the corpses, or I don't know what the proper word is, the victims, right? So there's video footage coming out of like piles of bodies. So when Iranians swear at the Islamic dictatorship and the people who have oppressed us for the last 47 years in the name of Allah and Islam and Muhammad, it's justified. It is 100% justified, because right now it's basically a jihad. Yeah, it's basically.
I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Go for it. It's basically it's jihad. And so the protests are guys, the protests are not getting smaller. The protests have gotten even bigger. This is why the Islamic dictatorship is scared, okay? The Islamic dictatorship is scared because they thought that if they shut down the internet, and they thought that if they murder us, Iranians are going to stop. If anything, it's actually motivated Iranians to go out and fight even harder, right? Because what Iranians are saying, okay? Let me share this with you. Let me remove this video. Because here's what Iranians are saying, okay? So let me just share this really quickly, and then we'll go to the video. So this is a really important message here. Here, right? So this message, okay? What they're saying is, don't lose hope. Get our voice out to the world. We've given our lives, but they've lost many more. For everyone they kill, the people kill 2 of theirs. The situation hasn't calmed down anywhere. Don't let them lie to you. The people are waiting for Israel and Trump. They won't go home until the prince returns. So no, the protests have not died down. That is Islamic regime propaganda, right? That's the reason why they shut down the internet, because they don't want you to know what's actually happening in occupied Iran. So they are putting out the propaganda that the protests have died down. No. As you can see, the protests are actually increasing. They're getting more and more and more. So it's not dying down. And we're also going to have some new footage for you in a little bit. But here you go. This is why Iranians are, swearing. And quite frankly, I don't blame them. Even though I'm not a fan of swearing, I don't blame them. So Armin's gonna play the video, if you guys, if anyone is offended by swear words, I suggest you maybe mute the TV, or I don't know, go to another channel, and then come back in 5 or 10 minutes when Armin is done translating the swear words. But there you go. This is why Iranians are so full of rage, right? All right, Armin, go ahead.
Okay, let's do this. But also, thank you so much. I just got a giant super chat from
wow.
Sweden. So thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. All right, so guys, I am ruder than Goldie, but honestly, I'm not this rude. So please don't judge. Like, even though I am like, I swear a lot, but this video is on a different level. Okay, so for people who are just getting introduced to me now, okay, like this, and also this is completely justified. Okay, like Goldie said, I don't if I'm not going to judge this person for a second. I completely understand where he's coming from, and you should now too. As Goldie said exactly, you see what we have been going through because of Islam, right? So let's listen to this.
Sorry, stop. Do you want to explain what's happening though? So where is he? Yeah.
Yep. So he just walked toward the front desk, and this is the front desk of the Embassy of the Islamic Republic, not the Embassy of Iran, the Embassy of the Islamic Republic by now, and in Denmark. And he's telling the front desk very calmly, and it's really interesting that it's calm because things are about to escalate, go from 0 to 100 real fast. And he just says, "Sir, we are here to reclaim the embassy from you to the Iranian people on behalf of the Iranian." So let me actually listen to it again. Sir, we're here to take our embassy away from you. So guys, by the way, this is in response to Prince Reza Pahlavi's order to take back our embassies. That's why he's doing this. We're here to take the Islamic Republic's embassy from your hands. So he put his speaker on the desk, and now his speaker is connected to his phone on Bluetooth, and he wants to do this while playing music. Okay, so that's the woman he is with, and he's blocking her face. And it's interesting because while he was talking to the front desk at the embassy, the woman that he was with went and she was already busy. She was already busy behind the scenes. She was grabbing the pictures of Khomeini. This one is Khomeini, and of Khamenei. This one is Khamenei, the first supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, and the current second supreme leader of the Islamic Republic. And we're not going to let it get to a third one. 2 was already more than enough. 2 supreme leaders were more than enough. We're not going to let it get to a third one. We're not going to get allow Mujtaba to become the third supreme leader. So she went behind the scene and she took the pictures down. I think they're a couple. Like, yeah, they're a couple. Oh yeah, I think that's his wife. That's his wife. I like that the music that they're playing is like a very chill, like a beach song. Even though they came here to capture the embassy, and they're playing like a very calm, like romantic song.
سفارت جمهوری اسلامی به دستور رضا شاه پهلوی تسخیر شده.
So he's shouting now. He's not calm anymore. He's saying that the embassy of the Islamic Republic has been captured by the order of King Reza Pahlavi.
خودتون سفارت رو خالی کنید. تحویل بدید به مردم ایران.
Like he's saying, empty the embassy by yourself and deliver it to the Iranian people. Hand it over to the Iranian people.
سفارت جمهوری اسلامی توسط مردم ایران تسخیر شده.
The embassy of the Islamic Republic has been captured by the Iranian people.
خودتون برین با زبون خوش بیرون از اینجا.
Leave by yourself. Leave by your own will. Leave this area. Leave the embassy.
باز کن درو.
Open this door.
درو باز کن مادر جنده.
Open the door, mother. Okay. Okay. So now we're getting into the swear words. Okay. Bear with me. So he's saying, open the door, mother jende. Mother jende means somebody whose mother is a whore. Okay, so let's, guys, for people who are new here, let's make this educational, okay? We're going to make this educational. He's saying that my dick inside Fatima Zahra. Fatima Zahra, as many of you who might know, regulars here, is the daughter of Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, okay? He's the daughter of Prophet Muhammad, and among Shia Muslims, he's the holiest woman in the world. The most holiest, the most revered woman in among Shia Muslims is Fatima Zahra. She's in Shia Islam. God and Muhammad are secondary to these three people. They won't admit this, but for Shia Muslims, the three people who are more important are Ali, Hussein, and Fatima. These three people. They care about these three people more than Allah and Muhammad in Shia Islam. So he's saying my dick inside Fatima Zahra, which is the most holy female in Islam, in Shia Islam. So Kiram to Fatima Zahra means my dick inside Fatima Zahra. He's saying my dick inside your Quran. By the way, guys, the part where he said my dick inside Fatima Zahra, if I heard this a couple of years ago, I would die from shock. I would die from shock. Like these have been normalized now among Iranians, but these used to be such taboo things to say. And now he's saying my dick inside Quran. And previously, again, apparently a lot of people appreciated that my warning in the chat last time. When he says my dick inside Quran, I need to make this give this warning that please do not try that, because paper cuts on your dick are a serious, like, it's really painful. Okay, so this is just metaphorical. Please do not try to put your dick inside Quran. Paper cut on your dick is not something to take lightly. Okay, so so he keeps saying my dick inside Fatima Zahra, open the door. My dick inside Quran, open the door. You could hear the rage, right? And you guys, you can see how Iranians associate the rage that they have with the Islamic Republic and their lives being ruined for the past 47 years. They blame Islam for it. Okay, so if other people say like, oh, but the Islamic Republic is not the real Islam and that kind of bullshit, that's not how the Iranian people see it. The Iranian people hold Islam, not just the Islamic Republic, but Islam as a whole, responsible for their lives ruined in the past 47 years. They're not just swearing at Khamenei and Khomeini and the Islamic Republic and IRGC. They're swearing at Islam, the entirety of Islam, at the Quran itself, and with such anger, with such justified anger. He's saying the embassy of Iran belongs to the Iranian people. Come open the door. So I don't know. This guy is trying to. This guy is like retarded. Like he's trying to hide his face with his hand, but you were already captured. Look, like, do you think now that you're covering your face, that the part that was recorded, like, do you think that part is going to get erased? Like, are these are boomers? Like, what do when you're recorded, now that you're hiding your face, do you think like we can't go rewind and look at the part that you were recorded? Like, how do these people think like recordings work? Like he's saying, open the door like a human being, open the door. Harumzade means bastard. Saying like, hey, bastard. He's saying like, you retard, once you have to, after all of this happens, you have to continue living. right? Like Iran has been captured by the Iranian people, like, and you have to continue living after all of this. Like, why are you resisting? Basically, he's saying, don't stop resisting, giving in. Don't you understand that after this, you need to be able to live?
ایوون داری از من فیلم میگیری احمق بیشور نفهم.
Like, he's saying, you're recording me, you retard.
ببین من
Wait.
داری از من فیلم میگیری احمق بیشور نفهم. ببین
I think his wife is saying that you not see what's happening in Iran and you're just sitting here. Somebody saying, what embassy is this? This is the embassy of the Islamic Republic in Denmark. Okay, so now the husband got concerned because he's telling his wife, like, what happened? Why did the music stop? Okay, so he was like swearing, like, you bastards, you motherfuckers. And all of a sudden he told his wife, like, hey, what happened? Why did the music stop? Let's turn it back on. So his tone changed to calm to make sure that they turn on the music again. Like, baby, what's happening? Where's the music? Okay, so now that the wife is working on the music, and now he's saying, like, listen, bastard. Listen, you bastard. Open the door, mother jende. Mother jende is somebody whose mother is a whore.
مادر جنده کیرم تو فاطمه زهرا.
Mother jende, my dick inside Fatima Zahra.
در واکن کیرم تو فاطمه زهرا. در واکن.
Open the door, my dick inside Fatima. He has a very busy day. He's very busy with his thing. He's saying, my dick inside Fatima Zahra. Open the door.
کیرم تو ناموست. کیرم تو کس مادرت.
Okay, so now he's saying, my dick inside the woman in your life, my dick inside the vagina of your mother.
کیرم تو قرآنت.
My dick inside Quran.
کیرم تو برگ قرآنت.
Oh, my dick inside every page of the Quran. Everything to barg, every page of my dick inside every single page of the Quran.
ببین قیافت دارم نشون میدم تو
Like, listen, I'm showing your face live on air.
مادرت گایده از کس.
Like, your mother is going to be fucked.
ننه جنده.
Like, nane jende. Again, nane jende means your mother whore, and saying nane jende, now everybody now knows.
کیرم تو ناموست. کیرم تو قرآنت.
My dick inside the woman in your life. My dick inside your
کیرم تو
Quran.
فاطمه زهرا.
My dick inside Fatima Zahra.
در باز کن.
Open the door. Oh, music is back on. The music, his wife managed to get the music back on.
برو پیش بچه‌ها.
Okay, now he's telling his wife to go to the kids. Apparently they're here with their kids. So his wife is saying, go to our kids.
No, he means بچه‌ها, like بچه‌ها که بیرون منتظرشونن. Like
No, I
مثلا
think
با بچه‌ها که اومدن، نه با بچه‌های خودش که نیومده، با بچه‌های دیگه که مثلا اومدن تظاهرات.
Well, he says something later that makes me think, we'll see. Okay, maybe you're right. Well, let's continue. She's saying, don't wait here. Go on.
واکن کیرم تو کس ننت. در واکن.
Like, it's like, open the door, my dick inside the vagina of your mother. Open the door.
در واکن کیرم تو کس مادرت. در واکن کیرم تو کس مادرت. در واکن.
He just keeps on saying, open the door, my dick inside the vagina of your mother.
کسکش بی‌ناموس.
Koskesh binamus. Koskesh binamus is somebody it's like a pimp, but somebody binamus is somebody that doesn't care, doesn't have women in his life that he cares about. These are hard to translate swear words, but I just translated literally.
نه تو گاییدم. در واکن.
I fuck your mother, open the door.
در واکن.
The music does not match the mood of the room, but we appreciate the music, okay? The music is very...
در واکن بی‌ناموس.
Open the door,
بی‌ناموس. کیر تو کس مادرت.
Open the door, dick inside the vagina of your mother.
کیرم تو زن خامنه‌ای.
Oh, my dick inside the wife of Khamenei.
در واکن. در واکن کیر تو کس زن خامنه‌ای.
Open the door, my dick inside the mother of Khamenei, the vagina of mother of Khamenei. Open the door. I'll fuck your wife. I'll fuck your wife, Khamenei. Open the door. Open the door. Dick inside the vagina of your mother. These are weird. These translations are weird in English. Open the door. I'll fuck your wives. These are, by the way, guys, these swear words are so much better in Persian. Oh, now we're going. Okay, so now he's saying, I'll fuck your Prophet Muhammad. Open the door. I'll fuck your Prophet Muhammad. Inclusive now. We're being inclusive. Zanjende. Yeah, Zanjende means people whose wives are whores. So he's calling them Zanjende. I'll fuck your wives. My dick inside the vagina of your mothers. Open the door. Okay, so he's saying, see, he's here with his wife and his children. He's saying, I'm here with my wife and my children to fuck your mother. Okay, so okay, team effort. Family bonding. Khamenei, my dick inside the woman in your life. Open the door, my dick inside the vagina of your mother. My dick inside the woman of your life. Open the door. So again, same say mother gender. Mother gender just means somebody whose mother is a whore. Mother gender, huh? Plural. Mother gender, huh, means is a plural for mother gender. Oh, I think that was the police.
Yeah, I think that's probably
good?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you, Armin. I think that's
okay. The police showed up.
Enough of that. Yeah, then the police come and then they get kicked out. So we have some new footage from the protests. Sorry, I shouldn't say protests anymore. We have some new footage from the revolution in occupied Iran, guys. Look at this. Let me share this tab with you. Armin, look at this. Look how beautiful this is.
What? Oh, okay.
Let me just pull it up here.
Okay. Ooh.
So it says, "You are hearing my voice from Iran. Save us." See that?
It's still going. It's still going.
So guys, don't let anyone fool you into thinking that the protests and demonstrations are not going on. This was just came out, okay? This is brand new. So this is what I mean, right? Even though the Islamic dictatorship is slaughtering Iranians, right? And the casualties are in the the casualties are over 12,000 at least. You can see that Iranians, we're not giving up, right? This is the end. This is the final battle. Look at this. Look at the massive crowds, right? And it's difficult to see, right? Because the Islamic dictatorship, they have shut down the internet. Oh, sorry, not just the internet. They've shut down electricity because they do not want the outside world to see how big the crowds are, right? Look at that. Yep, I am seeing the messages that President Trump is going to be doing a press conference at 2. So I am monitoring that. I am monitoring White House channel. So as soon as President Trump starts his press announcement, we will tune in immediately. Armin, isn't that amazing?
It's beyond amazing. Don't we have the best people, Goldie? Like,
So
look at the
brave.
bravery. Sarzamine Daliran.
So brave. So brave.
After a massacre, normal people will go home. But these are not normal people. These are the best people. These are patriotic people.
This is why, guys, this is why everyone is chanting این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return, right? Look at that. Armin, I think the bravery of Iranian people will go down in history. No longer will the world look at us and think we're terrorists. From now on, the world is going to look at us and they're going to recognize our bravery. And they're going to know that despite all odds, despite being occupied and oppressed by the most brutal totalitarian dictatorship to have ever existed, right? Despite the fact that we are now experiencing the single largest mass casualty event since the Islamic dictatorship took over in 1979, right? In 1979, we are now experiencing the biggest massacre since the Islamic dictatorship came to power. And that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot because there have been some very, very horrific massacres in the past. But right now we're living through the worst one. And yet Iranian people, they're not afraid. They're not afraid. They're out. And look, they're peaceful. They're out. They're cheering. They're waving their phones. They are keeping the morale up. They want the world to know that they have not given up. They want you to know that they are in it for the fight. They are fighting for their freedom. And it's now or never, right? They are cheering. They are waving their phones. And their message to the world is do not give up on us. We are fighting for our freedom. Don't give up on us. Let's watch this again. Look at this. It's a short clip, but see that? They are as motivated as ever. I know that the Islamic regime will fall. I have some more videos.
Wouldn't this? I think this is going to go down as the greatest revolution in history, like at the same level as the French Revolution and the American Revolution. If not, yeah.
A lot of Americans are actually comparing this Iranian revolution to the American Revolution. All right, guys, I think it's time for Bepish. I'm gonna get some more videos for you, but in honor of the Iranians right now who are in occupied Iran, they are pushing forward. They are able to send small video messages outside. They are cheering. They are fighting back. They want you to know. They want you to know that it's not over. And they are out in the streets.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اشکم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پسر برخیز و با ما شوهنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر
Urgent news, Armin?
Yep. Manitou just released this. Manitou. It says آمریکا حمله به مراکز سپاه و بسیجی را طی 96 ساعت آینده در دستور کار دارد. So it says that America has the attack on IRGC and Basij centers part of its command in the next 96 hours. Part of its operation, part of its plan. In the next 96 hours.
Armin?
Yes?
I have a feeling... Wait, where's Monotone News? Where's that from?
Ooh, Witkoff has met with Prince Reza Pahlavi secretly.
Here we go. Here we go. I found. So let me share my screen, because this one has the English. The English here, guys. So Monotone News. Okay, Monotone News. Monotone News is one of the few media outlets that we trust. Okay, they're based out of London, UK. They're one of the few Iranian media outlets that we have. But here's the thing. I have a feeling that if this is being released, I have a feeling that something has already happened, right? Like why would this news be leaked for like 96 hours, right?
Right.
This is giving me President Trump nuking, bombing the Fordo nuclear facility vibes, right? Because exactly. President Trump, right, like when he was asked about that, President Trump said, we're going to make a decision within 2 weeks. And then within 24 hours, boom, something happened, right?
Yeah.
So I have a feeling it's already done.
Might be a misdirection.
I think it's a misdirection.
Or it could also be a misdirection in the form that they're going to do exactly that. Okay, because maybe the Islamic Republic expects a misdirection, and then if they do exactly what they say, that would effectively be a misdirection.
So guys, when we say misdirection, like we're not saying fake news, right? Like this is not fake news. What this is someone in the White House is purposely leaking this information in order to confuse the Islamic regime, right? Because they don't want the Islamic regime to know what's going on. Because that's how these things work in politics, right? That's how these things work. They will, they'll say something in order to so it's not fake news. This is actually really important. So let me just read this. So this is in Persian, but of course translated into English. Based on information obtained by Manoto TV, the United States has planned an operation to strike military and security targets inside Iran within the next 96 hours. This information provided to Manoto by a knowledgeable Middle East source indicates that the planned targets include the command headquarters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Basij in various locations across Iran. So guys, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Basij, those are the people who are going out and they're murdering the Iranians, right? According to Manoto's sources, these attacks will be carried out using guided cruise missiles. According to this informed source, the final decision to execute this operation has not yet been made, and its scope, intensity, and duration remain unspecified. This report comes just hours after Donald Trump urged Iranian protesters to continue their demonstrations, stating that help is on the way. He also announced that he has canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the killing of protesters stops. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has announced that due to the possibility of U.S. intervention in Iran, it has raised its alert level. My gosh. I have to retweet this. See, this is the problem. Like we get such great information. No. So I was having some issues with demonetization, but it's fine now. It's fine now.
Yeah, it was your video, not your channel.
Yeah, it was a few of my videos were being demonetized. It wasn't my channel. So my channel, I think my channel is fine now, so it's all good. Guys, if my channel, no, this was earlier on. This was like before, like when I was I had a video about the Bangladeshi Muslims massacring the Bangladeshi Hindu, and like that video itself was demonetized, which was frustrating. But guys, if my channel was demonetized, you wouldn't be able to send me super chats. So I like you can send me super chats. So like everything.
You could try, guys. You could try it.
No. I know. I see the super chat option, so it's fine.
I'm kidding. I'm just encouraging
it's
people.
All good. No, it's all good. So I don't know how that rumor suddenly, like I don't know how that's, I don't know how or why that's blowing up now, but that was based on something that happened like a few months ago. But everything is okay now. Everything is okay. Believe me, if my channel was demonetized, I would be like working on it and speaking about it. So okay, let me retweet this. Oh, sorry, repost this because this is critical. Okay.
I have something when you have time. I have something interesting to show you to see what you think about Trump's message and Reza Shah the First.
Maybe when it slows down a little bit, but it seems like a lot of news is coming in right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's Manoto news, right? And then I wanted to go back to some more of the videos, okay?
Can I just show this to you and see what you think?
All right.
Okay. Okay, here. Let me see. So here, when Trump said here, so Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. Okay, this resembles. This is a newspaper from back in Reza Shah's time, and this is Sardar Sapah. This was his message to his enemies at that time. Okay, so like Sohail, for example, is saying, پیام رضا شاه به کسایی که اوایل حکومتش اسلحه گرفتن دستشون رو تا یه قسم. Okay. He's saying به حساب یکی یکیتون میرسیم. So we will, and it's very, it resembles a lot to what Trump said here, that we will basically come here, this one. Take over save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killings of protesters stop. So a lot of Iranians are actually admiring how much this sounds like Reza Shah's message. And that's why they're admiring it. So I just wanted to compare that because that's going viral on Iranian social media, that comparison. And it also shows how much Iranians like love their Pahlavi kings, that when somebody sounds like the Pahlavi king, they make that comparison. Oh, we got a new message. Iran is like, oh my God, the Islamic Republic is identifying Starlink users. Let me see if this is this video.
Armin, look at what I put up. This is a new photo from Tehran.
Oh my God, that's iconic.
So what it says on the sign there, guys, that says Javid Shah, right? Javid Shah, which means long live the king. That's what it says on the sign there. So this is a new photo, just came out of Tehran. And look at all the peace signs, right? Do you see that? Do you see Iranians? They are being it's a massacre, and yet everyone is raising their fingers in the air. It's the victory sign, it's the peace sign, right? They're saying long live the king.
Can I say something about the color of the pink color? Because I know why that person is wearing pink. Because we are told to stay safe and not to stand out, to wear dark colors in the protests, right? But this person on purpose, like holding that sign on purpose, decided to wear a bright color, even though it's unsafe, because he wanted this to stand out. That's why he or she is wearing a bright color.
Right? So Iranians right now, in the midst of the revolution, peace sign, right? Peace sign up in the air, and they're saying long live the king. This is the message that they're sending to you, to the world. This is what they want you to see.
I have a video from Iran, from the Islamic Republic TV, showing that they're going after Starlink videos. So this is in Yasuj. This is the Islamic Republic broadcasted this on their own TV, on their own state TV. Watch this. They're going after Starlink.
What a bunch of savages. They're doing this to scare people, Armin.
Yeah, the music.
Well, so the Islamic Republic, they play these sorts of propaganda videos to scare Iranians, but as you can tell, Iranians are not scared. So I mean, let's get rid of that, because that's just propaganda, right?
Yeah, well, Iranian people can't see us anyway, so it's
yeah, but what I mean, we don't want to discourage people by sharing Islamic regime propaganda. It's just it's stupid, and
yeah. Well, we're not their audience anyway, so for us it has the opposite effect. For us, it increases the support. Yeah.
I guess. All right, so this is happening in Barcelona, Spain, right now. Okay, so guys, here's some footage from Barcelona.
Goldie, I have Trump making new statements.
President Trump made a statement.
17 minutes ago, he made a statement on about questions. No, on Fox News. This was 17 minutes ago. They at the 12-minute mark, they asked him about Iran.
Okay. Do you have the video? Do you have the link?
Yep, it's right here. Thank you, Neil Bunny. Yeah.
No. When do you expect to do that now? I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks. Of the big three, Ford makes most of its products right here in the United States. 80%. That's a big advantage for Ford. Is that the reason that you came here? No, I came here because we're friends, three of us, because I have helped the company a lot. I mean, as an example, trucks. I put a 25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot. It's too many, whatever.
He just listen. Stop. So when he said, "I think we're going to find out over the next 24 hours," that's him basically saying that it's going to happen within the next 24 hours, because how are you going to find out? How are you going to find out how many people have been murdered if you're not actually there on the ground getting the truth, right? So for him, go back a little bit, because when he says, I think we're going to find out within the next 24 hours, that kind of goes into my theory that something has happened already or is happening right now. I feel like he gave it away. I feel like he gave it away.
I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot. It's too many, whatever. $53 a barrel. Is that the target for you for this term? I'd love to see that. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Does it? I think the Iran parts are. Do you want me to continue playing? I think the Iran part was over.
I think that was just it. Yeah, I think that's the only part about it. Go back. Let's play that segment again.
Okay.
Nobody's been able to give me.
Let me actually go from the beginning of where he talks about Iran.
Yeah.
25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
So many people have been killed in Iran.
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot. It's too many, whatever. $53 a barrel.
Can you explain? So they went to something else. Can you explain again what your analysis on the 24-hour thing? What explain that one more time?
Well, so he says, because someone says, well, how many people have been, murdered? He says, I think it's a lot, but I think we're going to find out within the next 24 hours. The only way you can find out.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way you can find out within the next 24 hours is if you're there and you're getting, accurate information.
Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm really glad that he just confirmed that. I think it's a lot. Like, even if we don't have he's on the side of it's just so a lot. So that's good. Oh, and apparently another question comes about Iran after this. So let me just continue.
Target for you for this term? I'd love to see that. Yeah. I mean, we're at 68. We're at 58 now. I'd like to see 53. Thank you very much.
Wait. What?
I would say they could. It's not a bad idea. I think they should get out. Mr. President, this is the basketball game.
I think they should get. He said something about allies. I think they should get out. I think he was talking about Iran. Something about people getting out. The audio was not captured very well, so people think that part was also about Iran, but the audio was not captured properly. So hopefully somebody else was recording that part. People are saying in the chat, he said Americans should evacuate. He's basically by the way, I also got news that Canada just issued. Guys, is this true? Canada apparently just told Canadians to leave Iran. And I think Trump also said that Americans should just get out of Iran, which suggests that something is about to happen. Something is about to happen, and Americans and Canadians have been told to leave Iran. He said, I think they should get out. Israel was mentioned. Okay, which part? Let me see. Which part was Israel mentioned? I mean, it's coming. So, Goldie, the next 24 hours, something is happening in the next 24 hours? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Yeah?
What day is it today? Tuesday. Yeah, I think something is happening within the next 24 hours for sure. Okay. All right. Let me go back to.
Okay,
Yeah.
Goldie, I have some news that I'm not going to share on live. I'm just going to send it to you on WhatsApp for your information.
Okay.
Because it's the type of news that I think you don't want to share. Oh, I have to go in 17 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sohail sent that to me. Thank you, Sohail.
Okay, guys. So we know that the situation in occupied Iran is bad, right? It's all out war. It's all out war. Iranian people are literally the bravest people on the planet right now because they are going up against the most brutal Islamic dictatorship. Like, we are talking about severe oppression, right? Severe oppression. And yet Iranians, we're not backing down. We're not stopping, right? Look at this. And I am monitoring the White House. So as soon as President Trump starts his announcement, we will go to the White House for sure. So President Trump's statement is going, look at this. This just came out 50 seconds ago, okay? Look at this. This is Tehran right now. This is right now, okay? So when I say that Iranians are brave and when I say Iranians are not backing down, this is what I mean. So yes, there are, thousands and thousands of Iranians have been slaughtered. But what they want you to know is that now is not the time for mourning. Now is not the time for that. Right now, we are in revolution. We are almost at the end. I have a feeling we're in the final push, the final 24 hours here. And look, this is what Iranians are doing. They're waving the lion and sun flag in occupied Tehran, even as the terrorist Muslim savages are murdering them, right? Look at this. And they're saying Javid Shah, long live the king. Look at that. Millions of Iranians out in the streets. They're chanting, they're cheering, right? You know why? Because this is what freedom looks like. This is what fighting for freedom looks like. This is what a true revolution looks like. This is resistance. Yes, you know what? This is a celebration. This is a celebration. Why? Because we are celebrating freeing ourselves after 47 years of Islamic oppression. Oh, Armin, people want to know about your father. Can you give us the update about your father? You're on mute.
Yes, I thank you guys. I really appreciate that you guys care so much. I got update from my brother that my aunt told my brother that he's okay. I don't know anything else, but we were told that he's okay. That's all I know.
Well, thank God for that.
And thank you.
God for that.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
Okay, but guys, let's go back to this. So all of these Iranians, right? You're right. This does look like a celebration, doesn't it? This is what I mean when I say that Iranians are some of the bravest people in the world, because in the face of horrific oppression, and I know many of you have seen, the images and videos that people are putting out there of, thousands and thousands of Iranians who have been murdered, who have been mass slaughtered. Laura Loomer just reported that there are not enough body bags for the dead bodies. Okay, so all of that horrific stuff, that is true, but This is what Iranians want you to see. And that is why on Iran Revolution Live, we're going to focus on the positive. Why? Because this is what Iranians want the world to know about them. Because we Iranians, we're not victims. We are fighters. And we are fighting to reclaim our country. And we will not stop until Iran is free. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. Yes, I'm monitoring Fox News so that when President Trump makes his statements, we'll go there. And I haven't received any updates from Disful. This is what Iranians want you to see. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to go. We're going to scroll past the. Okay. And you know what? It's not just Iranians in occupied Iran. Iranians outside of occupied Iran are supporting, right? So let's show you. So this is right now happening in Milan. Okay. So look at this. Let's tune in and see. Let's tune in.
Alternative for Iran! Alternative for Iran!
Do you guys see that? So okay, so this is in Milan, and what they're chanting is alternative for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, right? And then you see Iranians, and guys, this is in Spain. Okay, this is in Spain, and you can see the lion and sun flag, and then you can also see the flag of America, right? And of course the flag of Israel, right? So guys, when I tell you that we Iranians, we love America, and we want to go back to that friendship and allyship, this is what I'm talking about. Because it's not just me, right? It's not just me, it's all Iranians. And so you can see even in Spain, Iranians, they're holding the flag of America, right? They're holding the flag of America in support of President Trump. President Trump hasn't gone yet, guys. I mean, I can pull up Fox News, but he's not there yet. I mean, here. Let me go here. Like, news channels. NBC. I don't know if that's the right channel. Let me go to the other one. Sorry. History.
The House Foreign Affairs Committee just posted a message to the Iranian people. I don't know if you want to see that.
What did they post?
Okay, let me show. So here, let me show it on the screen. House Foreign Affairs Committee majority here. So they said to Iranian people, Ayatollah Khamenei has butchered your people, made rial the weakest currency in the world, and squandered your country's resources. Oh my God, make regime change inevitable. Oh, I like that a lot.
That is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. There's a lot of political support right now in the House and the Senate for supporting the Iranian people.
Here, let's tune into Fox News. I want to see what they're saying here.
Okay. I got an interview request from Ynet.
Ooh, you should do it.
Okay.
Wait. Let me add this here.
Early.
Canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. make Iran great again. A lot of Iranians in the United States and other people in the Middle East believe that negotiating with Iran at this moment would be a big mistake, that this is the time for the U.S. to put pressure on the regime in hopes that it topples. What do you think?
I think that's right. I think it's very important to keep the pressure on the regime, not to give it any relief, and certainly continue to provide popular support, at least public support, to the Iranian people for their cause to change, to get a more responsive government. It's also in America's best interest. This is a regime since 1979 that came in holding American embassy folks hostage for well over a year and have espoused violence against Americans in the United States for decades and ending many of their public events with death to America. So I think it's also in our best interest to back the Iranian people for a change in government. How that's done is very important, will be critical if it's going to be sustainable and one that leads to a better place for the Iranians themselves and for relations with the U.S.
These protests, and I know that we don't know the full extent of them because of the amount of information blockage coming out of Iran that there is, but they seem to be different than anything that we've seen in the past 47 years. Do you get a sense, Brent, that this is really a moment to try to build on?
Well, again, it's really in the hands of the Iranian people to include their diaspora that's overseas. I mean, when the Shah fell, there's a large population of Iranians that have formed a government in exile. And, you know, the son of the Shah, Pahlavi is the most vocal and the most visible lightning rod of this kind of governance from outside. But the Iranian people, the missing ingredient right now is a unified moment or leadership in which the opposition can galvanize around inside Iran. The protests continue. This is week 2. They are very violent. They are very large protests, and it is across the nation. And it's increasingly clear that cities have fallen out of control of the regime. These are all the indicators that the theocratic dictatorship is on its last legs.
So there's a real question as to what President Trump will do and when he will do it. Caroline Levitt was on our program yesterday. She would not say, but she did indicate that the president's got a lot of options. They're all on the table. Listen to what she said.
President Trump, as for him, he has always expressed that diplomacy is the first option, always has been, always will be. However, he is unafraid to use the lethal force and might of the United States military if and when he deems that necessary. And nobody knows that better than the Iranian regime.
Yeah, he wants to do diplomacy first, which I guess is probably the prudent step. But I mean, 5 words for the president. Diplomacy doesn't work with Iran. They only understand one thing, Brent, and that's a swift punch in the nose.
Well, I think we're past diplomacy. That's in the hands of the Iranian people and continuing to support their quest for a more responsive government in Americans' best interest. And certainly President Trump's actions like the 25% tariffs on those dealing with this regime is the right direction. And maximum options are on the table. That's what the Iranians need to hear. And certainly the regime needs to take heed.
All right. Brent Sadler, thank you so much. We'll see where this goes from here. But I'm getting a sense a tremendous number of Iranian friends here and others around the world. And they get a sense that this is a moment to be exploited and it may not come again. We'll see. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. And Sandra, we're looking at the Economic Club of Detroit, where the president's about to give his economic address. He's out there a little bit early, which is in and of itself interesting and unusual.
He is, and he took quite a lengthy tour, talked to a lot of folks, shook hands with those workers on the factory floor, listening to the music as he is about to take to the microphone in an address that Caroline Levitt told us right here on America Reports just the other day. Will be an address on the economy in a midterm election year. He'll focus on the big wins that he and his administration have had so far, John.
Yep, and as we talked about when he was at the Ford factory, we've got the latest consumer price index for the month of December. It shows that inflation in the overall is up 2.7% year over year. Core inflation, excluding fuel and food prices, is 2.6%. There were some nagging increases in electricity and food that the president hopes to address, but so far, pretty good news for what happened in December.
All right. Well, here he is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a place. I've been here before. We spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we were going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. You've become more of that since I've been in, a lot more. factories and
Guys,
plants were
this
going to
is
close.
this is
and now they're
live.
going
This
24
is live.
hours. I just left running his plant, 150 plant, 24 hours a day, round the clock. It wasn't running that way 2 years ago, I can tell you. But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Iranian. Where's Steve? Made the last one, Matt, too big to rig, right? That's what you got. That's the only way you win races in many cases. I got to tell you, it's too bad. I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? How can you even campaign? We are against voter ID. How do you not get voter ID? You know what it means, Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. That's all. There's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. They're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Look good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad.
I don't know if he's
Thank
going to be
you.
speaking about Iran, but we're going to be
Thank you,
listening
Jim.
anyway.
Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was. And I think they took that away from you.
Interesting.
last
So
time.
someone's
Yeah,
saying this is there's a pattern, public speech, then attack. Interesting. Well, anyways, I'm going to watch the whole
But
thing.
they rigged the election on you.
My channel, my rules.
Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's to be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, gentlemen. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of this state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of. Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back. We're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think. Every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why would you do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all red. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela. I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack where we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now, I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was said to me by many leaders. By almost every metric, we have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it's very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers, based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers. Because, you know, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, a disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids. And we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil. And now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it, the biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation, almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay, right? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting to, the fakers were projecting to. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say, I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed. And I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's, no matter who, if it's beyond me as president, it's no matter who's president, you have a good quarter and they want to kill it because you're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly, it's sickening. We announce good numbers and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Do you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on earth. We're the #1 economy on earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's really begun almost from the beginning. Almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, in just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th, when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history. And now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters. And now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I've secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have people leave. You would have not had 1 trillion. You would have had 5 trillion, 10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife. My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time. I said, don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years. But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. There was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations. And then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt and some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back
to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Koch. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers, gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. Now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves. They picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. And they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just like, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for that. Most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. Makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they're paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before, and they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. Countries get involved. They pay them because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong, and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. Have you had the other person? Everybody?
I just want to point out, guys, like he keeps on referring back to Jimmy Carter, right? President Trump has been constantly referring to the mistakes of Jimmy Carter for like the last week, even when he was, I can't remember where it was, but he's constantly referring to Jimmy Carter, right? Because Jimmy Carter was disastrous. And so, you know, the Islamic coup d'etat, that would not have happened without the support of Jimmy Carter as well. So, guys, this is code. He keeps on talking about Jimmy Carter.
We wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The Economic Club would be saying, like, man, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough, the chairman. This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately. The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric, foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China, would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great, but we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%. And that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year.
And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember, they said I didn't come here. Then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology. But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent. I will tell you that for years and years, even as a private businessman, for years I used to, because I got, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the importance. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my fifth favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, you know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? When you think? Remember the speeches Joe would make? First of all, they'd last a matter of seconds, you know. Thank you very much. You ever notice Joe would always cough before a speech? State of the Union, he gets, ladies and gentlemen. And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good, remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating, he was up there way up. That was a bad speech. But hey, he got through it, you know, he got through it. If you call it getting through, this country was so, can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals, many of them murderers? What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. You know, those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build a plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, I mean, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking about. What happens? Where's Brian? Brian, oh, I see. He made some cash. He's have to fly. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're going to have to. He is such a great guy, right? Man, that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy, he got it. 4 years ago, he got it. Right at the beginning. He understood it better than anybody, better than the great economists. They had no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. I mean, you're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just spoke to an AI guy, and that's booming too. You know, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, you know, the amount of electricity they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States for every other business, home, factory. They need double. So I said, we can't do that. And then I had the idea. When they build these $50 billion plants, I'm going to let them build, and they're already building big electric plants to take care of their plant. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back to our country. It's an unbelievable, and therefore we're going to build, I think if they really added, you know, you hear how much, and I have great respect for China, but you hear they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electric. They're becoming their own electricity producer. And when they heard this idea, they thought it was great, but they didn't take it seriously because they said it's too good to be true. But then they realized that I was serious. So we're getting them 2 and 3 week approvals. They don't have to wait for 20 years before they get rejected. You know, in the old days, they had to wait for 20 years and then they get rejected at the end of 20 years. Guys would give up their whole career trying to get one approval and then they get rejected. In every aspect of our agenda, we're putting America first, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing's going to stand in our way. Nothing. So one of our top priorities of this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that cause the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. I don't know. It's a genetic thing. It's something in the blood. We got some real losers. Mostly great, but I wouldn't use the name Romney because I'm in his sort of territory. But so I would never use that name. But all right, I'll use it. They don't have a Mitt Romney that votes against everything. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was a stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. He won. Then I went the second time. He won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it. Then you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins. Disasters. And you had a gentleman from Indiana that I don't believe it, Todd Young, he voted against. And you say, why are you voting against? They can't give you an answer. They're unable to give you an answer. It's like, why are they against the attack on Venezuela? They're against the attack after they found out it was the most successful attack, probably the most talented, most brilliant tactically attack that we've had maybe in 100 years. And they're against it. Why? It's one thing if the attack failed. I'd probably do that too. A change. I'd be in favor. Then if it failed, I'd say, I told them not to do it. That's what they do. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever. And they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame. And we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they're bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You could be a genius, try selling transgender for everybody, open borders, let the world come in, let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person, but they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking to all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6". He weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump on him that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they'd put on. Stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They've fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you can go to sleep during the time the man comes in and the woman. You can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and sleep for a while. Who the hell wants that? It's so demeaning to women and who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them. And it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, could you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing in women's sports? They think you're crazy. Or transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation on children, that's one of my standard lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that 15 years ago? People would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers, over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well, we're taking in so much money with the tariffs, I just gave them $1,776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, you know, if you had one more dollar, $1,776. They said, that was a good idea. We could afford one more dollar. We gave them $1,776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy is trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's $1.95, $1.99, $1.97. As we speak, these are gas stations, and think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy. We're going to have a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, you know, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? Got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. but I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say, make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. What would have happened to us? I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, what would have happened to us? In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. They never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. I say, they caused it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake. And they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else down. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down. And it's coming down much faster than anybody.
So I just want to say, so for those of you in the chat who are like, go to something else, he's not talking about Iran. This is why we're watching the entire thing, because he's bouncing around between topics, right? So we're going to watch this until the very, very end, literally. And I'm not switching to anything else until President Trump's speech is done.
Can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. Two beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. To provide further relief to hardworking Americans, we'll also be confronting one of the biggest factors in driving up prices, the monstrosity known as the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is, right? It's Obamacare. It's a great name, Unaffordable Care Act. Nope. Did anybody ever think of that one before? It's true. It's the Unaffordable Care Act. Obamacare was a gift to make health insurance companies rich at the expense of the American people. In particular, the so-called enhanced premium tax credits were a corrupt payoff to the insurers whose stock prices went up more than 1,000% after Obamacare was signed. I want the same money I want it to go directly, very simple. I want the money, those big amounts of money paid for by the government, to go directly to the people so they can buy.
Some of you in the chat are saying that like the volume up, guys. The volume is up as high as possible. I mean, what I'll do, let me disconnect my screen and then I'll reconnect it. Maybe that'll make a difference, but the volume's already as high as possible. So welcome back, Armin.
Thank you. Goldie, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to go into our discussion group. Is it okay if I put the link in the chat?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you have this one?
That's fine.
Okay.
I have a media interview anyway, so I'll have to like put on something while I'm gone.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a media interview at 3:15. All right, yeah, that's fine. Put the link in the chat. That's okay. All right,
Okay.
I'll disconnect my screen, guys, and I'll reconnect. I mean, maybe that'll make a difference. I don't know, but this is it. Like, this is the volume. I can't
Yep.
make it higher for the screen. Okay.
Buy the healthcare that's right for them. They can negotiate their own deal, healthcare savings account, but they'll buy their own healthcare, and everybody loves it. That's why later this week, I'll announce our healthcare affordability framework that will reduce premiums for millions of lower drug prices, delivering price transparency and demand honesty and accountability from insurance companies all over the country, all over the world, actually. Healthcare costs will come down very fast with my most favored nation executive order. We're doing most favored nation drug prices. When we would have drug prices stay the same, everybody thought it was great. They're going to be coming down thousands of percents. We're standing up to special interests and slashing prescription drug prices by 300, 400, 500, and even 600% and more. I mean, think of that. On that alone, we should win the midterms in a landslide. We're doing favored nations. The country that pays the lowest price in the world is the price that we're going to pay. And we got that because of tariffs, because I said to the countries they wouldn't approve it. The drug companies were tough, but they were fine. But they said the countries will never do it because you have a pill that sells for $10, you have to sell it for 20 or 30. So you'd have to double or triple the price of their health care there for prescription drugs. Ours would come down from $130 to 20. Theirs would go from 10 to 20, the world being a bigger place. And it was unbelievable, but the countries wouldn't do it. So I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, then I'm going to put a tariff on you. And the tariff's going to be 20 times more than the cost that you're having to pay for fair health care. And every one of them said, sir, we agree with you 100%. We would be honored to do it. It was really rather amazing. We could never do it. So think of that. You have most favored drug prices. Your drug prices are going to go down like from $100 to $10. Nobody can believe it. And we can't get the fake news to write about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in medicine. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare. And I cannot get the New York Times, I cannot get anybody to write about it. When we got it done and we announced it, it was on a page way in the back of the New York Times. Same with others. They don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it's so good. It's the biggest thing to happen. Over the past 12 months, almost every promise I made to you right here in 2024 has been kept. I've kept all my promises and much more. I mean, I've given you much more than I gave you promises, and I produced much more than I said I was going to produce. I gave you the largest tax cuts in American history, cutting taxes across the board in the great, big, beautiful bill. And as I told you, I mean, who would have gotten you no tax on tips, as I said before, no tax, I say it over and over again, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Any senior should be voting for us because the Democrats won't do this. It doesn't work for them. And we also made interest on car loans fully tax deductible so that when you go out and buy a car, if you have a mortgage or you get a loan on a car, you're allowed to deduct interest for the first time ever. That's never happened before. But only for cars that are stamped with the beautiful words made in the USA. In other words, we're only letting that take place if the car is made like in Detroit or in the USA. Our tax cuts also provided 100% bonus depreciation on all new equipment and capital investments, meaning that for any manufacturer looking to bring production back to America, you can write it all off, everything. Not in 38 years, not in 44 years, in 1 year. You write the whole thing off in 1 year. That's the biggest thing there. I think that's the biggest thing. That's the big job producer. And I've cut an unprecedented number of burdensome regulations. We're number one in the history of our country in cutting regulations. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. So if we put on a regulation, the only way I'll allow it to happen is if the secretary, like Scott Bessent, cuts 10 old regulations. But instead, last year we actually cut 129 regulations for every one that we put in. Think of that. So nobody's ever cut regulations like I have. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate and ended the war on internal combustion engines. Once and for all, those engines were gone. And some people like them. And if they like them, great. And if they like electric, if they like any form of propulsion, any way you want to propel your car is okay, except for a couple of them, as I discussed. I permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous cafe standards. You know what the cafe standards are? They're standards that make it impossible for you to build a car affordably. They make it impossible for a car to really work right. The cafe standards sound so nice. The cafe standards, it's environmental standards that are impossible to meet. And we're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standard, one of the worst ever. And I revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating automobiles all over our nation, all over our world. Boy, I have done so much for the car industry. It's crazy. Nobody thought it was possible to do this. And that's why your industry, and not everybody's in the car industry. How many people are in the car industry in this room, in one way or another? That's a lot, relatively. It's not bad. Another urgent priority for bringing down the cost of living is to stop the colossal fraud that is bleeding American taxpayers absolutely dry. The fraud being committed by the Somali population in Minnesota. Have you heard of them? They're lovely people. Is monumental. And California, Illinois, New York, and others are just as bad. Our country has been losing over $500 billion to fraud every single year, but those days are over. We have the best group you've ever seen assembled going after fraud. In Minnesota, we're cracking down on the Somali scams, ending the brazen and shameless theft of taxpayer dollars. Well, it's going on in Maine, too, with Somalis. You know, and they don't take our ships anymore. You know why? We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with the boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? 97%. And we're trying we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done. By sea, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those that have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers. But you can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats. Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags that you see cellophane with white, typically, it's not fishing. How about the couple of submarines we took down? We took out 2 submarines, and the Democrats say they were fishing. No, they were submarines. They build a very fast, it's a drug-carrying submarine. They have a lot of money. And we took them out, and the Democrats claimed that they were fishing. We shouldn't ruin people's beautiful fishing journey. It's unbelievable what we have to go through. It's really a shame, actually. We froze it all, children's payments to those states that we're talking about, and we will now require proof of attendance in order to receive federal funding for child care or any of that. How about all these child care places in Minnesota where there is no children? They go there, they get paid millions and millions of dollars. The biggest operation in all of Minnesota had no children. And we pay millions of dollars. They're scammers. They're scammers. They always will be. And we're getting them out, and we're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay Minnesota. Right, Scott? We're not paying Minnesota any more money for any of that crap. It's a big scam. It's a giant scam run by an incompetent, crooked governor. He's an incompetent, crooked guy. And also, we're freezing any and all welfare payments going to illegal immigrants that will start effective immediately. So when illegals come into California, Gavin Newsom, they come into California, and they send us bills for people coming in. We're not paying it. So we're working on that very strongly. Just don't pay it. As Nancy Reagan would say, just say no. You remember Nancy Reagan? Just say no to drugs. It's a little more difficult than that, I guess, right? Just say no. Additionally, from this moment forward, if you're on public assistance, like almost all Somalis are, did you see where 94% of them are on public assistance? You can't wire money out of the country back to your bank account from where you came. But more importantly, we probably aren't even going to give them the money anymore, the money going to them, because of the tremendous abuse and probably illegality being perpetrated on our country. We're not going to give them the money. We're not giving them the money. It's massive numbers of people are scamming our country. You know, they came from a place with nothing, and they come here and they drive around in Mercedes-Benz. You know, the Mercedes-Benz dealers do well in that area of Minnesota. Can you believe it? They have nothing. They get welfare payments, and they have Mercedes-Benzes. It angers me so much, but we're going to straighten out our country. This was done under Biden and Obama, very much under Obama. It all started under Obama. And we just can't. We've got a great country. We're not going to screw it up. But this was one of the great scams ever. They have the same thing, Somali in Maine. Who would think? I never saw that happening. But in Maine, it's really crooked as hell too. But it's not just Somali. It is them, but it's not just. There are many other places, many other people. The whole country. If we stop this fraud, this massive fraud, we're going to have a balanced budget. That's how much money you're talking. We'll have a balanced budget without all the growth I'm talking about. And then you add the growth, we got one hell of a country. We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back, because no country can afford to do it. No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jail.
Goldie, can you pause for 10 seconds? Just,
Okay, give me a
People
moment.
that are drug dealers.
This better be important.
no, I'm just leaving. I just need to tell people to
Oh.
come join me. Just 10
Okay,
seconds.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. All right, guys, I put a link in the chat. I'm going to go to our discussion group. I'll be back after I have a discussion with our community. If you want to join our discussion group and come asking questions and talk about what's happening in Iran, the link is in the chat. Just come. Once you join the group, you're going to see the link to the discussion group. Sorry, Goldie. Okay. And then I'm...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Be right back.
Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities, because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens.
So yeah, I see you guys talking about Morandi. Don't worry. I destroyed Morandi on Piers Morgan. In fact, Piers Morgan himself, destroyed Morandi. I actually posted about it. So it's pinned to the top of my X account. Okay. So here you can see, like right there. Okay. So I'm spreading awareness about this. Okay. Because I know he's making all of the media rounds. Okay. Yes, Armin heard from his father. His father's okay. But guys, so this is Mohammad Morandi. He is the Joseph Goebbels of the terrorist Islamic dictatorship. Okay, he's the Joseph Goebbels. And today on Pierce Uncensored, I told him to his face that when Iran is free, the tip of his finger will be the biggest piece of him after we Iranians are done with him. So you guys, you have to wait for when Piers Morgan like puts out the video. I don't know when the video is going to be coming out, but as soon as he puts it out, I'll let you guys know, because like that is like, it's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. And then what I'm going to need, like, I'm going to need your help, everyone, to help make Piers Morgan's video go viral, so that everyone all around the world and all the news channels can know the truth about him, because he's literally the Joseph Goebbels. Okay, he's literally the Joseph Goebbels. He is one of the most evil, vile, disgusting people. Like he is like, I can't, like, I don't know. He's horrible evil man, Joseph Goebbels. But you'll have to wait until Piers Morgan releases the interview. But Piers Morgan went after him really good too, really good. So it's actually like it's a crazy segment. So I mean, I knew that like Cenk was going to be there. So I was preparing for Cenk, but then when like this guy showed up, like I was just like watching, and then he showed up on my screen, and I was just like, like it was like a crazy reaction, right? Oh no, I don't hold back with Nazis. No, I don't hold back with Nazis, especially not after, like this evil demon is responsible for the, just in the last few days alone, like what, 12,000, 20,000 people. So anyways, as soon as Piers Morgan releases that video with the interview, I promise you I'll share it with you. But like I am sort of, I did take this picture and I put it out there, so hopefully this will spread. All right, let's go back to President Trump, because I really want to finish watching President Trump's statement.
Citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities. We have also suspended nearly 8,000 SBA loans, Small Business Association loans, to suspected scammers in Minnesota, of which there are many. It's a great state. It was a great state. Now it's getting destroyed by that stupid governor. What a stupid guy he is. But he's a crook. I mean, he's an incompetent guy, but he's a crook. He allowed this to go. You can't have corruption on a scale that nobody's ever seen before, and you're sitting as a governor and you don't know what's going on. It's impossible, even though he's a stupid guy. We're investigating large-scale visa fraud, and the Department of Justice has already charged nearly 100 people in criminal conspiracies in Minnesota. They're all over the place. Last week, we announced that I'm creating a brand new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. Think of that Ilhan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have police. They don't have anything. All they have is murder and robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile, ping. That's the end of them. It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, The same one, exactly the same one. But think of it. She comes from a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's a total scam artist. Anybody knows it. How do you let her get away with it? AOC +3. She was one of the three. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it so impossible for you. And you wonder why. Why would they do that? Do they want to live with murderers? Do they want to live with these people that are emptied out from prisons? They have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua was the gang, one of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world, they say. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're getting them out. We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. And they know it too. And one of the reasons they're doing these fake riots, I mean, they're just terrible. I mean, you see it's so fake. Shame, shame, shame. You see the woman, that's all practice. They go practice. They go to areas, they take hotel rooms and they all practice together. It's a whole scam. We're finding out who's funding all this stuff too. We pretty much know. But in conclusion, as we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Together we have turned the page forever on the failed left-wing model that makes our America poor, desolate, and makes people feel sorry for us. That's what we had. We had a country where our leader was laughed at and our country was scorned. We had a country that was laughed at. They laughed at us. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. They thought we were fools. They thought we were stupid people. Now we're seeing that they're not the smart ones. We are. But we have a great America, and we're going to enrich it. And foreign nations, foreign migrants, criminal fraudsters, and corrupt politicians are not going to play a role anymore. They're going to be in jail. Under the Trump administration, we're reclaiming America's dignity, rebuilding America's wealth, and we're putting the productive, hardworking American citizen at the center of every single thing that we do. They were the ones that built America, and they will build it up again, and that's what they're doing at levels nobody thought was possible. So today, after less than 1 year, our border is secure. Remember, they talked about the border, how bad? In 3 weeks, I didn't go to Congress. I said, secure our border. And they did. Remember Biden, he said, I have to get approval from Congress. Had nothing to do with Congress, had to do with respect. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our economy is booming like I think you'll see soon, like never before. Our military is strong and unprecedented. I rebuilt our military in my first term. Our workers are thriving and our auto industry is returning to the country where we all began and where it all began, and frankly, a country that we love. The United States is winning again, and we're rapidly making America and the great state of Michigan greater and more prosperous than ever before. I want to again thank the Detroit Economic Club. You do a fantastic job, so respected. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just. Oh. Okay. So that was President Trump. That was very interesting, guys. That was very, very interesting. And yeah. He mentioned Iran several times. He mentioned Jimmy Carter several times. Why do I have to install this? Okay, I need to install Zoom on my phone, guys, okay? Because I have a radio interview. I have a radio interview in about like 8 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to why is it not downloading? Oh, I don't want Zoom. What? I just want Zoom. What? Like, why is this not working? Where's my Zoom? There you go. There's Zoom. God, I hate this phone sometimes. Zoom. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log into Zoom on my phone, and then that way you guys can listen to me as I do my interview. No, they send me a link, but I'm afraid like if I log on, okay, oh good. Sure, whatever. Okay, I made it on. So let me join here. So I'm going on a radio station. So I'll let you know when it's starting. But see, I'm just there you go. Just waiting for that. My interview. So the Pierce Morgan show. Listen, as soon as he releases it, I will share that with you guys, right? But I don't. He hasn't. I don't know when it's coming out. I have no idea. Like I'm monitoring his YouTube channel. I don't see it yet. So as soon as that is released, I will definitely share that with you guys for sure. Wait. Unable to connect? What? All right. Let's try that again. It's so weird. Okay. Yeah, my interview with Pierce Morgan was earlier today. That's when I left, and I left for about an hour. And so that's what I was doing. So let me see. I'm going to show you guys. Okay. I have some new footage. For you. But I think what I want to show right now while we're waiting is I want to share the interview on Sean Hannity last night with His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, okay?
The level of massacre has been unbelievable.
Look at this.
The level of massacre has been unbelievable, unfortunately. The regime is, with no pity, using military machinery, AK-47s to shoot to death protesters. Morgues are overfilled. Despite all of that, these brave kids are still on the street. A doctor reported to us that she had a young patient that came in with her face being shot, bullet ridden, and she told the doctor, patch me up, I want to go back to the streets. I'm going to keep fighting until we are saved, and I want our leader, Reza Pahlavi, to return home to save us all. This is the level of commitment you see in Iran today. It's really, it has attracted the awe and admiration of the whole world. But the decisive element that everybody's waiting for is when will the cavalry arrive, because we can only hold the Alamo for that much amount of time. So it's very critical, the timeline of when, as the president promised, and part of the reason they are still on the streets fighting is they believe that this president is committed to do what he promised he will.
Someone saying to check Tusi? All right. Death toll in Iran. Access report. I mean, I could check for Mahir Tusi himself. I hope you got some much needed rest. Where we go? Oh my gosh, he retweeted me. Look, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Thank you. Look at that. 2C retweeted this. Oh, amazing. You're the best. You're the best, Mahir. Thank you. Look at this. Look at this. Iranians are burning more mosques. Look at this. You see what I mean? See what I mean? Iranians, like, they're not giving up, right? They're not giving up. Even though there's a slaughter, even though there's a massacre, it's war. People are fighting back. So yeah, I know he thought that it was a mistake, but I'm okay now. I'm okay. Like, it was some of my videos, but it's fine. Okay. I'm so glad he did that one. I'm so glad. So glad he did that one. Okay, let me Okay. We're in, I think. Hello?
Goldie, hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me today.
Of course, happy to be here.
We'll just have this as a conversation and see where it leads.
Okay, and how long is this going to last?
Say 5, maybe a little longer, but we'll aim for 8. We'll see where the conversation goes, but it won't be more than 10.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing your last name right, Gamari.
That's perfect. It's Gamari. Yeah.
Perfect. Good. Okay, I'll do a brief introduction. We'll get into it. We can stop and start, and I can edit as need be.
Perfect. Thank you.
Here we go. Tuesday afternoon, Radio Y 1059 News. Now, Goldie Gamari, a former politician. Let me try that again. You know what? I'm just going to restart that. Okay, I've just started recording again. I'll do this for real this time. Tuesday afternoon, Radio Y 1059. Joining us now is Goldie Gamari, a former politician, a political analyst, and human rights advocate. She is an Iranian-born Canadian who is raising awareness of what is currently taking place in Iran. Goldie, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's great to be here.
An independent group called the Human Rights Activist News Agency is reporting at least 2,000 people have been killed. Media reports have described it as an uprising. I'm calling it a revolution. What numbers are you hearing?
Numbers in terms of people rising up, or people.
Let's start with the number of people who have been killed.
So that is certainly in the thousands. Reports are coming in minimum 12,000. Some think it's 20. Some think it's 30,000. So the numbers are very, very high. However, despite what the numbers are, the message that people in occupied Iran want to send out to the world is that they don't care how many of them are being slaughtered. This is the final battle. They will reclaim the country. They will free themselves from the shackles of Islamic oppression. And so that's why right now, what the message that they're sending to the world is there will be time to mourn the victims after we win the revolution. So right now we're in the thick of it. We're in the middle of a war, and Iranians are not backing down. They're pushing hard, and I think we're getting close to the end.
I wanted to ask you about that because along with the deaths, there is the threat of execution by the regime of anyone believed to be taking part in the anti-government protests. And will this deter more people from taking to the streets? But obviously you're saying no.
Absolutely not. Yes, there's somewhere between 100 to maybe 1,000 Iranians who currently have been sentenced to death. They went through the kangaroo court process, which again, we're dealing with an illegitimate Islamic dictatorship, right? So these are, young, innocent people, very peaceful, all unarmed. They were arrested by the terrorist Islamic dictatorship for the crime of wanting to live in a free, secular, democratic society. And yes, now hundreds, possibly thousands, are facing imminent execution for the crime of waging war against Allah. Allah is, of course, the Muslim God. So we know that they are set to be executed, and this is actually why Iranians are pushing back hard, and we're not giving up, because if we give up now, then every single person who has been murdered by the Islamic dictatorship up until this point, their deaths would have been in vain. And so the best way right now that we can honor every single Iranian who has been murdered by these savage Muslim terrorists is to make sure that we are victorious and that we free Iran. That's the best way we can honor them.
Goldie, this past weekend in Richmond Hill, we saw hundreds of Iranians take to Young Street in support of what is happening back at home. And as we speak now, thousands of Iranians are outside the U.S. consulate on University Avenue in Toronto. What do you make of all of this?
So Iranians are sending a message to President Trump that, now is the time to act. So I want to say, first of all, Iranians are very, very grateful to Americans. Iranians, I know for a fact that the Iranian American community, they specifically voted for President Trump because this is sort of, this is what they were hoping to get. So this is the best case scenario. The reason that Iranians right now are gathering outside the U.S. consulate, it's not, I wouldn't call it a protest. It's more of a raising awareness campaign because the Islamic dictatorship, they have shut down the internet. So they're making it very difficult for Iranians in occupied Iran to communicate with the outside world. This is something that is typical of the Islamic dictatorship. So, for example, back in November of 2019, the terrorists shut down the internet for about a week. And within that week, almost 5,000 innocent Iranians were slaughtered. We're seeing the exact same thing happen right now. The internet has been shut down for over 4 days. We're now into the 5th day, except the number of casualties is incredibly high. Like this is the biggest mass slaughter of Iranians since the Islamic dictatorship took over in 1979. And so that's why Iranians outside of occupied Iran, they are gathering at various U.S. consulates, for example, the one in Toronto. It's more to just to raise awareness and to thank President Trump for supporting the Iranian people and basically just to demonstrate that this is very urgent because right now Iranians in occupied Iran, they don't have a voice. So it is our responsibility, those of us who are on the outside, to be their voice and to make sure that the world knows what's happening in occupied Iran.
And U.S. President Donald Trump has canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until he says the killing of protesters stop. And White House officials now say a military operation may be on the table. Is this the correct approach?
Absolutely, 100%. 100%. The Iranian people are unarmed. They are peaceful, and they are being slaughtered in the thousands. And the Islamic dictatorship is a vicious totalitarian dictatorship. Essentially, they are currently using their proxy forces like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and others in order to mass slaughter Iranians. They're using military grade weapons, AK-47s. We're hearing reports that the number of bodies is incredibly high. Hospitals have run out of blood. There's no food, there's no water. And the Islamic dictatorship, they've actually activated their propaganda mouthpieces. And those propaganda mouthpieces are now going around to various media outlets. And they're claiming that everything has died down. The show's over. This is not a revolution. This is just a bunch of like thugs, and we've captured all the thugs, right? But if that was the case, why did they shut down the internet, and why is the internet still shut down? So they have used this tactic in the past, but it's not working anymore. And all I can say is God bless President Trump for standing on the side of the Iranian people, standing on the side of freedom fighters. And I just pray that he acts sooner rather than later, because Iranians are currently being slaughtered. But what I can say is that their bravery is truly inspiring. And despite the mounting number of deaths, Iranians are still out in the streets, and they want us to know that they're not stopping until victory.
How about Canada? Is the Mark Carney government's reaction strong enough?
Absolutely not. It's incredibly shameful. But I mean, you can't expect much from Mark Carney and the Liberals.
One thing that I've noticed is the people that have been out on the streets calling for a free Palestine and accusations that genocide was taking place in Gaza have been very silent about the revolution in Iran. Does that surprise you?
No, not at all, because the Free Palestine people are all terrorists who are funded by the stolen money of Iranian people. In fact, all of these Free Palestine, savage jihadi terrorists are paid by the Islamic Republic. So they actually don't want Iran to be free because they profit off of the suffering of the Iranian people. In fact, they have been profiting off of the suffering of the Iranian people for the last 47 years. And so that's why they're not out in the streets, because they know who the true people are that are oppressed. It's not their savage terrorist society. It's the Iranian people who are being murdered. And in fact, Yasser Arafat and the Palestinians, they were partially responsible as well. They were also involved in the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat because they wanted to take control of Iran as well. So no, absolutely not. Palestinians are the enemy of the Iranian people, and I don't say that lightly, but they are the enemy of the Iranian people because right now many of them are in occupied Iran. They are fully armed by the Islamic dictatorship, and they are murdering Iranians right now as we speak.
Goldie, we know what the people of Iran are fighting against, but what is it that they're fighting for?
They're fighting for freedom. They're fighting for democracy. They're also fighting for the return of their king. They're fighting for the return of the king. His name is Reza Pahlavi. He is the crown prince of Iran in exile. And the one major unifying chant that we have, Iranians all across the country, is In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. So this is very, very important because there are a lot of communists and Islamists who are trying to take the revolution away from Iranians. However, Iranians inside of occupied Iran, they are chanting Javid Shah. Javid Shah means long live the king. They're also chanting Reza Pahlavi in as sha'ar milli, which means Reza Pahlavi. This is the national slogan. So Iranians are making it very, very clear. It's not just about overthrowing the Islamic regime. It's about transitioning Iran into a functioning secular democracy. And the only person that we trust to do that is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi.
Goldie Gamari, thank you for taking the time to talk to me today. And I look forward to speaking with you again when the exiled king of Iran has returned home.
Thank you so much. That's the day that we are waiting for. Thank you so much for taking the time to reach out. Really appreciate that.
Goldie, that's great. I'm just going to save that. I don't want to lose it.
Oh my God, guys, he posted it. Oh, so first of all, what did you think of my interview? Did you guys enjoy that I did that live? Did you guys enjoy that I did that live? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. See, now you get like a behind the scenes. Now you get the behind the scenes, okay? So, all right. Are we good to go? How long is this? Oh, this is like an hour long. Oh, wow. All right. Okay, guys, let's go. I'm excited for this. Okay, so wait, what's it called again? So we'll end in disaster. Okay.
We're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Does American help look like?
All options are on the table.
Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel.
I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You
though,
do not. You do not
get
get to talk over me.
Piers, this is serious. The estimates are between 2,000 to
12,000 people being killed in 2 days. And the people are still coming out in the streets.
If Trump carries out an attack on Iran, Iranian retaliation will be massive.
I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I could had something to throw at the screen. He's obviously never been punched in the face.
History will remember your lies, Pierce.
In the short time since our last show, President Trump has ordered airstrikes.
I just want to say that man, like he's the Joseph Goebbels, right? He's the one.
On Islamists in Nigeria and Syria. He sent the U.S. Delta Force to seize Venezuelan President Maduro in a stunning overnight raid. And he's out controlling the regime by video link while a naval armada lurks in the Caribbean Sea. He threatened to seize Greenland from Denmark, one way or another. Mexican cartels, he says, could be bombed too. And most consequential of all, Iran is now on notice. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Iranians have been killed in the past week for protesting against the Islamic regime. Today, the president's posted cryptically that help is on its way.
They're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Well, the mullahs have run Iran as an Islamic dictatorship for almost 50 years. Dissent is punished by death. Women are beaten for not covering their faces. Minorities are denied housing and services. There's little dispute about any of this because the Iranian government wants its own people to know about it. Every popular uprising to date has been beaten down by one of the most formidable and ruthless security services in the world. Bodies are piled high as a warning, and eventually the protesters go home. So why will this time be any different? Well, Iran's exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, says the difference is Trump.
And I think we have some serious leaders that understand what is necessary, that understand the ask of the Iranian people, and are responding to that. I think President Trump is responding to the call that the Iranian people have. The Iranian people have heard his words. They are naming streets after him in Iran. There's a difference. They know he's no Barack Obama or Joe Biden. And that's why they do have a higher expectation.
Well, there's no saying argument that the Iranian regime is good for the Iranian people, but you don't need to be an apologist for the mullahs to worry about what happens next. A regime that's spent half a century embedding itself in every community on every street corner isn't going to just vanish into thin air. And many sympathetic Americans want the president to focus on rebuilding their nation, not anybody else's. Only Trump knows what he'll do next. But right now, peace through strength is starting to look like a lot like, well, the strength. And he wants the Ayatollah to know about it. Well, we'll start this debate by talking to someone close to President Trump, the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Thanks, Pierce. Great to be back with you.
So much going on in this year, and it's only, 2 weeks old. As we are about to talk, Donald Trump has posted to his Truth Social platform in the last few minutes, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I've cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. MIGA, Make Iran Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. First of all, your reaction to that post. What should we read into this?
Well, I think President Trump is monitoring this situation very carefully. He's very admiring of the fact that the Iranian people are taking their country into their own hands. They recognize that if they don't stand up to the Ayatollahs, who for 47 years have made their lives a living hell, then no one is going to do it for them. I think the president is giving them encouragement that they just need to know that they're not being forgotten, that there are people who recognize that their quest for freedom is a legitimate quest. Iranian people are right now in an economic mess. For the cost of what used to buy them a car, they can barely buy a loaf of bread. They don't have water. Their government is spending all of its money throwing it away on Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, murdering people. They're the #1 state-sponsored terror organization in the world. They operate all over the world. It's not just a Middle East issue. It's not a Gulf States issue. It's a global issue. And these bad boys have not only made it difficult for people across the Middle East and the world, but they've really made it horrible for their own population. And this past summer, Pierce, the Iranian people saw that their nation, which is 10 times the size of Israel, got its butt kicked by Israel in the 12-day war. And they're wondering, why don't the Iranian officials spend some money on making our country better rather than on murdering people in other countries?
What is Donald Trump going to do, do you think? Because he's making it clear in that new statement that if the killing, as he puts it, senseless killing of the protesters doesn't stop, and the Iranians, the regime's admitted at least 2,000 people have been killed. Many people on the ground believe you can add, at least 10,000 to that number, potentially more. Clearly, a lot of innocent people are getting killed here. What does Donald? Sorry.
I was just saying, without a doubt, there are many. And, back in 2009 in the Green Path movement, there were like 100 people killed, and it almost toppled the regime then. We know that there are thousands who have already been killed by their government this time. So this proportionally is a much larger movement than we saw even back in that particular moment. So we're watching something that is clearly organic, that happened from within. It wasn't something that was stimulated by a foreign government. It was stimulated by the desperation of the Iranian people and by their being fed up with a government that just seemed to forget that they were hungry, they were thirsty, and their government was ignoring them and spending all their money sending big checks and weaponry to the worst terror groups in the world.
So in terms of what Donald Trump could do here, again, he says help is on its way, make Iran great again. What does that help look like? What does American help look like if the killing of the protesters continues?
It would not be for me to say. I would tell you what the White House press secretary said today when I asked that very question. She said all options are on the table. And I think that's what the president will look at, all options. What could those be? They could range anything from economic aid to military, may just be the encouragement. I wouldn't try to put a particular option in the hands of President Trump. His instincts are better than anyone's I know. And he seems to know what to do and when to do it. And time and again, he confounds the people who assume he won't do the right thing. And by golly, he ends up doing it. So I'm going to sit back myself and watch and see. But I have every confidence that when the president says something, he means it. And I think the Iranians didn't understand that in the summer. There's a saying down south, Pierce, that there's no education in the second kick of a mule. And I don't think the Iranians maybe learned everything from the first kick of the mule they had last summer. And it may take a second kick of the mule. And I would just remind them there's no education in that.
That first kick of the mule, that's a great phrase, by the way, that first kick of the mule was a collaborative kick from Israel and the United States. Would Israel get actively engaged again with the United States if there were to be new military strikes against Iran?
I don't think we know. I mean, nobody at this point knows. It was very apparent, and even the Mossad indicated that they were caught off guard by the uprising. So anybody saying that this was instigated by Israel or instigated by the United States, they're saying something that just doesn't match with the reality. This has happened because the Iranian people are saying, we want to be unshackled from this oppressive and very horrible government that has made our lives terrible and that have put us in a position where we don't have food, we don't have water, we don't have a future, but boy, do we ever have missiles. And, there's a point at which people in their desperation just say, that's enough. That's what we're seeing in Iran. What Israel will do, what America will do right now is to say, what can we do to be helpful? But we don't want to get in the way of the Iranian people taking their country in their own hands. I think we all have great admiration that this is coming from them, not from someone else.
For the cameras, before the ceremony, before history is made, every detail is chosen. From Amazon MGM Studios comes Melania. This new film takes you inside the 20 days leading up to the 2025 presidential inauguration through the eyes of the First Lady herself, where fashion isn't just style, it's strategy. Witness the image-defining decisions made behind closed doors, a celebration of duty and glamour. Melania, only in theaters, January 30. As you said earlier, Ambassador, there have been uprisings before, a number of them, that have all been quashed in the most violent and ruthless manner by the Ayatollahs. What makes this different? I've been struck by people like the German Chancellor coming out and saying this is the beginning of the end this time, and it could be just a matter of weeks before this regime topples. Others who are very expert in Iran think that is fanciful thinking, that they are so intrinsically embedded into every aspect of Iranian society that it can't happen that fast. What is your assessment of whether that is even achievable?
I think you and I both remember back in the late 80s when everyone in the world was caught off guard when the Berlin Wall came tumbling down one night, and the people of East Germany said, that's it, we're done. And over the course of the next few months, the entirety of the communist empire started falling apart and people had freedom again. Nobody would have imagined, nobody could have predicted. My gosh, if I could have predicted that, I could have predicted the stock market for the next 20 years. But why did it happen? It didn't happen because the US instigated it or because the Brits instigated it or because NATO instigated it. It happened because people finally got fed up and they were willing to risk their lives. What we're seeing on the streets of Iran, and here's what's important, it's not just in Tehran, it's in over 100 cities across this vast country. So this is not a limited issue with a few university students who are yelling and screaming and carrying signs. These are people who are now engaging in physically challenging the oppressive police and military. There may come a time very soon when some of the people in the police forces of these communities across Iran say, I'm not going to kill my neighbors so that I can somehow please a government that makes me sick too. When that moment happens, and I think we could see it soon, then it's game over.
Final question, Ambassador. There are people in the MAGA movement, many people in the MAGA movement in the United States who are a little bit confused because they voted for a man in Donald Trump who wanted to end American involvement in foreign wars. And now they're seeing potentially new strikes against Iran. They're seeing perhaps an attempt to take Greenland. They're seeing the decapitation of the leader of Venezuela, and America now, according to Donald Trump, running the country in the interim period before that is stabilized properly. Ukraine, obviously, is still going on with United States help there. And they're saying this is incompatible with what they thought they were voting for. What is your response to that?
That's a small minority of the people in the MAGA movement, because most of us who truly are the America First MAGA movement and have been since Donald Trump became president 2016. I think what we say is, look, America first, absolutely. But that doesn't mean America only. We're not isolationists. We live in a real world. And it matters to us that people like Maduro were poisoning tens of thousands, killing tens of thousands of young Americans with illicit drugs. So the president didn't do that because he just cared about Venezuela. He did it because he cared about the sons and daughters of Americans who were dying because of this drug trafficking that was coming out of Maduro's corrupt Venezuela. President Trump has not engaged us, got us into long-lasting wars that last for 15 or 20 years. My gosh, it was less than an hour that the B-2 bombers went over Iran, bombed the ever-loving daylights out of Fordow and the nuclear sites. There were people who think they're MAGA, they're not, they're posers. And they said, Donald Trump will get us into a 20-year war. 20,000 Americans will be killed. We'll have boots on the ground. They look really stupid right now because that's not what happened. President Trump did not get us into a protracted war. No Americans died, and we didn't put boots on the ground. So some of these folks just need to maybe do a little bit more reading and a little less screaming, and they would recognize that what President Trump is doing is exactly what he said he would do, and he's doing it because he is truly making America great again.
Ambassador Huckabee, always great to have you on Uncensored, as I said at the top of the interview, and I say it even more emphatically now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierce. Great always to be with you.
Well, to debate this, I'm joined by the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-born former Canadian MP, Goldie, the journalist and host of the Chuck Todd cast, Chuck Todd, and the former US Navy SEAL, Rob O'Neill. So a powerful panel to launch our first show back this year. Cenk Uygur, Happy New Year, first of all. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I suspect things are about to turn unpleasant very quickly, so let's be civil to start. Cenk, I thought it was a good time to have a vacation, if I'm completely honest with you. Turned out to be one of the worst times to ever have a week off in history, where basically all hell broke loose everywhere. And as we try and wrestle with this, let's talk primarily, for the purposes of this debate, about Iran first. What do you feel about what's happening there? It does seem significant to me that the German Chancellor is now coming out saying this is the beginning of the end of the regime and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah, so first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So, Piers, in this case, the most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here. One is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. Well, that would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee. He's not our ambassador, he's the Israeli ambassador. And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way, behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that.
Well, that doesn't mean he's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc. And so at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. You know, Mike Huckabee talked about 2 kicks of the mule, but except he got the wrong mule. So we got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee you this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved. If you care about the Iranian people, we should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former Shah, a king, a dictator, who will do everything that Israel wants. And then the Iranian people will revolt against him. And then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamara, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language,
You
though,
do
if you're
not. You
pretending to
do
be an
not get to
expert.
talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not
And
speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
Yes, I am. You speak about how the bombings
When
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your mouth shut.
No, because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
But
her
go ahead.
speak. Cheng, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying, 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals sometimes don't have the punch we need. Veracity focuses on the root cause of many health issues. Metabolic health, metabolic power protein delivers 20 grand.
Did you guys like that? So that's just the first part. But yeah, there you go. So I basically told him to, shut his ugly jihadi mouth. There you go. Oh, it gets spicier. Guys, if you think that's the spiciest part, no. We're just getting started. We're just getting more. Of course I put him in his place. Jihadi Islamist mouthpiece with his garbage nonsense. Oh yeah, he tried to delegitimize me. And I'm like, no one cares about your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda. Oh, it gets better.
Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not be on air. And I was like, the thing about Donald Trump is there's always another week and another week.
Correct.
And another week. So there's never a good week to have off in Trump land. There's an awful lot going on. It's funny. I was talking to someone the other day. If you take away Trump's rhetoric, which can often be very inflammatory, and you focus on what I think is his vision here, a lot of what he's doing, whether it's Greenland, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, I can understand the argument. I may not like the way he expresses himself with some of this. I understand the argument. What do you think is the overview here for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is a case of opportunism, right? Look, I was just in the region. I was in Abu Dhabi about a month ago, which obviously is a home to quite a large Iranian diaspora. And this is before these protests got the attention. And I came away from there in my discussions and meetings with various Iranian journalists and experts. The optimism that the regime is going to fall was high then. And I had another colleague who went in country over the last 6 months. And look, there's not drinking water in Tehran, right? Like this, what you're seeing, the level of desperation with the people, I think, is at a level that we haven't been able to fully understand frankly, as outsiders, because of the media repression and how little we actually are seeing what's happening in country. But when you talk to Iranians that have either been in country or are communicating, you do get this sense. So this is coming. And I think this is a question, what does Donald Trump want to do? This is a bit of opportunism. I don't think he wants to get involved. Like I think pre-protests, he was probably willing to negotiate with the regime in some form or another. Now I think he sees where the wind is blowing. And if you talk to enough folks in the Iranian diaspora, you can feel that optimism that this regime's days are numbered. But we got to remember, just like Assad in Syria, we knew his days were numbered, but are they hundreds of days? All right. Or was it going to be, 10 or 20 days? And it's possible this is still this regime will fall, but it may not fall until this time next year at this point. But it is going to be sooner. So the question really is what role? And I think, boy, could the United States use an agency right now called USAID? Because in some ways, that was the theory of the case behind AID is to be there to help those that are either looking for freedom and democracy or are trying to build a fledgling democracy. And that is the best toolkit we have. And unfortunately, it's not a toolkit that it's not in the president's toolkit right now, thanks to Doge.
Okay, Rob O'Neill, a lot of the time it's worth taking a look at the amount of money being leveraged in the prediction markets, where the money's going. Looks like somebody thinks they know something, because Polymarket has a $19 million market right now on whether the Ayatollah will be deposed. And they're now saying there's a 24% chance, so pretty much a 1 in 4 chance that the Ayatollah goes here. From a military perspective, given the scale of these protests, which might well be unprecedented, we can't be entirely sure because the internet's been shut down and footage is scarce. But if it is unprecedented, do you think we're beginning to see the beginning of the end here of this regime?
Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm optimistic about it this time. We've seen it before. Excuse me. And like Chuck Todd said, it's kind of up to the media how much they're going to report on it, because we only know what we're told from over there. At least, like the first guest, I don't speak Persian or Iranian or Farsi or Urdu, so I'm going to say it in English so I don't even confuse myself. But in the past, when they see the Iranians rising up, when they get to that point, for some reason, our media blocks that out. And then it seems to me, because I'm not there, and if I'm not there, I can only go by what I hear or read. Then they crack down hard, they kill people, and then it goes back to business as usual. This time, what the Iranians have seen is that we bombed a mountain, we hit them pretty hard. So hopefully, regardless of the media blackout or what our media chooses to say, the Iranian people know that we will support them. The biggest problem that we had, one of the major problems that we had in Iraq, the biggest problem being we went into Iraq, was we immediately disbanded the Ba'ath Party. And although they looked bad because they were doing what Saddam Hussein wanted, they're doing that because they want to keep their heads on their own shoulders. They're going to do what they need to do to survive and keep their family alive. We got rid of them, and then foreign fighters came in, and obviously we know the Civil War started. It was chaos for a long, long time. Right now, what's happening there, if the Iranians know that we're going to help, but then our media backs out and they're not sure about us, who knows what they're going to do? But I do know that foreign fighters are now going into Iran to try to help, be it the Mahdi army, who the Shias, or is it Hezbollah, even Hamas. I mean, they were getting funding.
Sorry, my browser glitched out for a moment, so I have to reshare the screen. My browser glitched, so let me just reshare the screen here. Okay. I'm bringing it back. Okay.
Through the Iranians, but I believe they're Sunni, and I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But I think the bottom line, and this is me just trying to be an honest broker, I think we should do as allies everything we can to support the Iranian people and help them get what they want. This is not Rob O'Neill from the United States. It's not my decision, but I would love to help the Iranian people, because I think everyone would agree they've been beaten down and oppressed for almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah,
Pierce, can I quickly add something here?
Chuck,
just a piece of reporting that I got while overseas is that there's some thought that the current president, okay, and I may mess up his name, Pezeshkian, is he's turned out to be at least rhetorically more moderate than some expected. And I had a source who said, somebody close to him indicating he thinks he can be the Iranian Gorbachev. Meaning, and that's a real, so if you actually ask strategically, what could the United States do? Can it start to find people that are within the regime who want to help get rid of the regime? Right. Look, and who's to say that this even worked out as that well? But you do, in some cases, without Gorbachev, does the Soviet Union fall as cleanly as it fell? Right. And I think so. When you're asking, like, how do we deal with the next day? I think finding out whether indeed the Iranian president wants to play a role here or not is something that's the type of thing our intelligence community, in theory, should be able to help with.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural.
Here's an Iranian, and I just want to point out something. So this super chat, okay, this says Pezeshkian. So Pezeshkian is the current president of the Islamic dictatorship, right? So he's basically a puppet of the regime. Pezeshkian is not a moderate. Pezeshkian is just as bad as the entire Islamic Republic propaganda. So so when that guy was like, oh, Pezeshkian might be a leader, right? Like honestly, such an idiotic, stupid thing to say. Like Pezeshkian, before we go back, I just want to say this, like, there's no way Pezeshkian is like going to be the Gorbachev. Like, I don't know, like that was such an idiotic, stupid comment. I think you guys saw my expression, right? But I didn't even like call him out because it's utter nonsense, right? It's like everyone on, well, like just like he was talking about US aid. US aid is like a leftist thing. US aid was actually like giving funding to the Islamists and the communists, right? So yeah, like that what a stupid comment. He's like, oh yeah, Pezeshkian, right? As if Iranians, but this is what I mean. Like when non-Iranians comment on this stuff and they have like no idea what they're talking about, right? Like Pezeshkian is not a moderate. Pezeshkian is actually one of the revolutionaries who was involved in the 1979. Not only was he involved in the 1979 Islamic Revolution, Pezeshkian was one of those Muslim jihadi savages who took the Americans hostage, right? So the American hostage situation, Pezeshkian was part of that group. And then this like idiotic American is like, oh, Pezeshkian might be a moderate, right? Like go learn history before you talk about like these things, right? Like it was such a stupid thing. So yeah, that's why like all Iranians are pretty much laughing. So yeah, so this super chat, this says Pezeshkian in Persian, and then of course with like a laughing face because it's like such an idiotic comment to make, right? Like Pezeshkian is a very, very like vile, savage person who was part of the American hostage situation. Yeah, zero research, zero. But you know what? I didn't even bother going after him on that comment because it's such an idiotic comment. It wasn't even like worth it for me to even like it wasn't even worth it for me to like legitimize what he's saying, right? So there you go. That's why like Iranians are like laughing when that like idiot man said Pezeshkian. So stupid.
I want to just turn now to someone who's been on Uncensored a few times.
Oh, this is where I get
Mohammed
spicy.
Marandi, professor at Tehran University, a supporter of the regime. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mohammed Marandi. I appreciate you coming on. What is your assessment of what is happening on the ground in Iran?
Well, first of all, when you say a supporter of the regime, you're framing it in a certain way. I assume you are a supporter of the British or the American regime. But it's obvious what happened. We had currency manipulation last week. The currency fell 30-40%. It was carried out by the United States.
Okay, I just have to say, so this guy is the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, right? This guy is more evil than Khamenei himself. This guy, he has the blood of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Iranians on his hands. Okay, so this man, he is the Islamic dictatorship. He is the Islamic regime. He is, okay? Like the worst possible person you can think of, okay? But this is where it gets very spicy.
Forcing neighboring countries not to cooperate with Iranians over the currency. Then we had peaceful protests among business people. And there were a few thousand people in 2-3 different cities.
Everything he's saying is a
no
lie.
violence. There were no arrests. Nothing happened. Then the next day, we had more protests, roughly the same size, I guess. I don't remember exactly. Then we had infiltration, and we had violent rioters. And that was the beginning of extreme violence, which peaked on Thursday night. And we know that Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, said that Mossad is on the ground with the rioters. We have Mossad in a Persian statement. They said that they are on the ground. And the most interesting thing of all is that late on Thursday night, during the height of the riots, and roughly 100 officers of the law were murdered. A couple of them burnt alive, beheaded, head smashed. We had a nurse who was burned alive in a clinic. The clinic was burnt down. We had many buses, ambulances, and fire engines destroyed, tens of each. I'm not sure about ambulances, but I know tens of fire engines and public buses and private property. But the point is that late on Thursday night or early in the morning, they cut off the internet and suddenly everything died down.
You see how he's lying?
The reason? Because all these groups, these small groups, violent groups that were spread out in different cities and different parts of big cities, they could no longer communicate with their bosses abroad. So if it was really spontaneous, the riots would have continued. But now we've had 4 days of quiet. And yesterday, we had massive anti-riot protests across the country. And I asked your producer to show footage of the protests in Tehran against the rioters.
Don't criticize
and this
peers.
is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam
Just wait to
Khomeini
see what
Square.
Pierce does. He
That
knows
is
what he's doing.
millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map.
So okay, so here's the thing. No. Don't criticize Pierce Morgan, okay? Because so while this is going on, like as soon as he brings up like this image, right? Because this is the like the official video given by the Islamic dictatorship to Pierce Morgan, right? So as soon as this comes up, I'm talking to his producers and I'm like, this is BS. This is BS. This is old news. This is lies. This is lies. So just wait and see what happens. Just wait and see what happens because this is probably the best part.
Or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But
All right,
just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it. So it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is
Really?
very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West. And the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
I didn't badmouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on.
No,
Professor, just to be clear, I never badmouthed Iran. I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran. or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
a one-on-one.
That's fine.
Okay, so this is the best part. So did you see? So as soon as Pierre says, I'm gonna bring on Goldie Gamari, he panics. He's like, no, and like he panics, right? And then look at my face. Look at my face. That is me confronting the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, right? He literally panics. All right, let's go.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You do not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor.
So basically, I said bisharaf, which is honorless. Okay. So I say honorless. And then I say, when we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest part of your body that's left. That's what I say to him in Persian. All right. Let me go back there. Again. So I'm like, bisharaf. وقتی گرفتیمت نوک انگشت to whatever, right? Like, but I basically, so this, when I'm like going like that, I'm referring to like the tip of his pinky finger. And I'm like, yeah, when Iran is free and we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body that's left. Look at this. Because he's panicking. All right. So let's go back to like this whole moment, and then as soon as he panics, right? He panics when I come on.
Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never badmouthed Iran. I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not badmouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You do not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi, let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi, here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
Okay, now, Pierce, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. And gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks, and there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you. You're going to go to jail.
To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one.
Did you catch what I said? So basically what I said, okay, because he's like, I'm never going to come back on your show again. And then what I said is, you're never going to come back on his show because when Iran is free, you're going to be in jail. Right? Did you hear that? Did you catch that part? Okay. I'm going to go back. I'm going to play that part again. And I know 2C TV starting in a few minutes, but there you go. So he's like, I'm never going to come on your show again. You're never going to go on any show again when Iran is free because we're going to come after you. You're going to be in jail like the terrorist you are. بیشرف ارزشی نمیتونم تو لایف فوش بدم. People on your hands right now.
The bodies began, the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman, Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you.
To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one. Professor, I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so. You have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, the best way to
talk about.
Professor,
just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that maybe as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic,
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the airspace in Iran is slowly closing. International airlines are cancelling their flights, and foreign nationals are evacuating from the country. President Trump has doubled down on what he said earlier today. He wants the Iranians to continue their uprising. He wants them to seize control of the government buildings and state institutions. And he wants the Iranians to keep and remember the names of the oppressors, because he's coming for them. So let's give you guys the latest update on this whole saga. We are now reaching the next phase of the revolution against the Islamic occupation in Iran. We're going to get your reaction live as usual, and obviously let me know in the comment section what you think is going to happen in the next few hours and day. This was the initial post which we reported earlier on. If you did see our live report, Iranian patriots, said President Trump, keep protesting. Take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have cancelled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killings of protesters stop. Help is on its way. MIGA, or Make Iran Great Again. President Donald J. Trump. He did forget to say thank you for your attention to this matter, but it doesn't matter. This obviously changed the whole game. People continue to be out on the streets. We're going to show you the videos that we are receiving, limited number of videos because of the Starlink satellite jamming, the signal jamming that has been happening across the country. The Iranian regime have been receiving technological support from both Russia and China in order to jam the signals. And Elon Musk has also now effectively activated the free access to Starlink if you have the device. A lot of the devices are being confiscated by the regime. First, let's go to Punak in Tehran, the capital. People continue to be out, determined, fighting, despite the fact that thousands have now been killed. The death toll is now has reached unofficially 20,000 civilians who have been killed. Official numbers 12,000. But even as President Trump is going to say shortly, I'm going to show you a speech by the president. Even one was enough. Now they're not going anywhere. They know that there is no way to turn back, because if they stop, everybody will die. Quickly go to the capital. Now, in terms of the involvement of Elon Musk and Starlink directly, he had a meeting, of course, with Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, and is now confirmed that his company is offering free access to Starlink in Iran. The issue is that the Islamic Republic have been going around raiding people's homes and confiscating the Starlink devices, and of course arresting people who had the device. But those who still have it, even if they have free access, there is still a problem with their signal. There have been some solutions that people came up with, but the regime have still managed to do it anyway. But this fight continues in terms of the fight on a more informational communication level, and apart from obviously what's going on the ground, on the actual battlefield. President Trump, as I said, doubled down a few minutes ago about what he posted on social media. We go to him and see what he had to say.
To all Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers, look, 1 death is too much. But I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names, because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say, make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over.
So that's the biggest thing, because there are also thousands of people who have been kidnapped over the last couple of weeks by the Islamic occupation forces, and some of them are going to be executed tomorrow morning and on Wednesday, public executions, of course. And President Trump also said a few minutes ago to the members of the press that if they decide to also hang people, on top of obviously the fact that they are killing people on the streets, then we're going to go even harder. Now, I do believe that at this point, they are going to go hard anyway. There's no way you could, and the White House have already confirmed that any sort of one-off symbolic airstrikes, that's off the table. They're not doing that. They're doing a proper, precise, targeted attacks. But whether it happens in the next few minutes, few hours, or tomorrow, the Americans are coming regardless. and we just have to wait and see what the operation is going to look like. Now, the Islamic Republic are running out of the official personnel and security forces and their own militants. So what they are now doing is they are using children and training them to use AK-47 assault rifles and other things to use them against the Iranians on the streets. The images that we've been getting, and there's more as well. It's slightly disturbing, but this is the classic tactic of these Islamic nutters, same sort of stuff that you see in Judea and Samaria and the Palestinian territories, but also in Gaza. And these are the same tactics that the state of Qatar also helped the Muslim Brotherhood use. And of course, there is a massive move just made by the United States government on the Muslim Brotherhood. Obviously, massive hunt down by the US, and the Qataris are not happy about this, but it doesn't really matter what the Qataris think at this point. But obviously using children, that's clearly child abuse anyway. You're brainwashing them from the early days. But these guys could still have a bright future, these kids, just because obviously their parents or the people around them, the adults, are IRGC fundamentalists. That doesn't mean that they should have the same future, but they've all basically been told that you have to do this. It's a minority of people in the country, in Iran right now, but it is still extremely dangerous. And obviously they're not going to be professional fighters, these guys, these kids, but it just shows the desperation, obviously, the absolute desperation by the Islamic Republic, that they are now training young, the Khamenei youth, basically, the Basij members to do this. Now let's go to the next video from the southwestern part of Iran, Shadagan. Going on there. Oh, 1 second. They are very motivated, as you can see. Now, these are the southwestern parts of the country. Some of these guys also speak Arabic, but obviously in Iran. So that's still going on. Something's happening. What is this? Right. Okay. We'll have to confirm something quickly. But while we do that, the official TV and radio station as part of the Islamic Republic, both in Mashhad and in Isfahan, had now been burned down and attacked by the Iranians. We've now received this video in Isfahan, where the Islamic Republic State TV, or Sada Sima, were initially attacked, and people obviously went inside happening. And of course, more Islamic centers and mosques have also been burned down. Well, the official numbers is about 250, but I think it's definitely more than that across the country. One of the videos that we now have is, we don't know exactly which mosque that one is, but this was, hang on, this is in Isfahan. This is in Isfahan. Also broadcast by, confirmed and verified by the Islamic Republic themselves, because they realize that this is getting slightly embarrassing for them now. Again, just a reminder, you can see all the copies of the Quran that were brought down. They also burn all of them anyway. These buildings are used as weapon storage, as well as the headquarters for the IRGC Basij units and all the others that they go inside to basically use as a safe house. But there is a message from inside Iran by a man who has been injured, has been shot by the morality police. He's still alive, saying that President Trump, please help. Tomorrow we will go out again, but not for money or for heaven, not for any sort of greater good in that sense, but for the return of my father, my mother, my sisters, and my brothers. Let's go quickly to this video. This video was made and sent before the president, before President Trump confirmed that support from the United States is now on its way.
President Trump, please help. This today فردا دوباره به خیابون خواهیم رفت، نه برای بهشت و نه برای پول، بلکه برای بازگشت پدرم،
As in the Crown Prince.
مادرم، خواهرام و تمام برادرام، برای بازگشتشون به خونه. اینو بدونم کسایی که خارج از کشور هستن همشون رو دوست داریم، عاشق همشون. حتی اگر 1000 تا تیرم بخوریم بازم حاضریم جونمون رو فداش کنیم. زنده باد ایران، پاینده باد ایران.
And he kissed the picture of the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Unfortunately, right now as we speak, on the streets of the capital in Tehran, the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their military have brought out literally it's a war zone. You can see the man on the car. So that's their military vehicle with a machine gun deployed in the western parts of Tehran. Armed military vehicles on the streets of your cities. This is near Sadeghieh or Arya Shah. This is what they're doing right now as we speak tonight. They're going to take everybody out. They are probably taking everybody out as we speak. Now, we've also received the latest video from the northwestern parts of Iran in Tabriz. Let's go and see what's going on. Oh, hang on. Wait. Where are we? Let's go. Yeah, tear gas once again. Now, the situation in Tehran and Karaj and Mashhad are chaotic because obviously those were the cities that fell very quickly and people have had full control of them for the past few days. But the reality is that across the country, all other cities and towns, over 100, the people are still out because there is a limited visibility by the IRGC military or even the local police. So most parts of the country are basically fallen, but the main battlefield right now is places like Tehran or Mashhad or Esfahan, and that's also where the game-changing moments will happen regardless. But while people still are out across the country, they can easily help withdraw some of the forces from the bigger cities to there, because they can't just lose smaller cities just because they want to focus on Tehran. And there are also IRGC bases and military bases and everything else in other towns and cities. So people start taking those over, it's going to be bad news for the IRGC. So it's slightly a lose-lose situation right now for Khamenei and his minions. And as we said earlier, currently the top of the leadership is falling apart. There are people close to Khamenei who have betrayed him now, and there are leaking information, sensitive information. The official numbers signed by Khamenei, the order, which was also verified by Iran International, is to 12,000 civilians who've been killed. Unofficial latest numbers suggest around 20,000. Now, obviously, it is highly likely that it will be close to 20,000, but it's not the official numbers, but it's based on the assessment of those who are reviewing what's happening on the ground, and of course speaking to local hospitals up and down the country. So while the airspace has been closed slowly, and a lot of the international airlines are now cancelling their flights, we will keep an eye on the situation in Iran. So there is a plane. What is that? That is not the US. We don't know what that is. Down around the Persian Gulf. Nothing else is now flying in terms of military planes. Although I think is that the UK Air Force? Yeah. So that's the Royal Air Force there are currently one is near Jordan, the other one in Israel, well, over Israel. They haven't landed yet. The other ones that came earlier from the European side, and that's another Royal Air Force that is still flying, still around Iraq. But that is the situation on here. So I'm just going to quickly get some reaction while we wait for more updates. Thank you for the support. People of Iran, Carter says, take your country back from Khomeini and his hoods. So then, because they're look, okay, something about Satan. Mainstream media is the tongue of Satan. All right, and then praying for the people. Yes, God in Iran will take protection and revival in the land. What else do we have here? Just spoken to an Iranian today. She told me that the Iranian people are on the whole not ready for democracy. You were talking to an idiot. Not ready for democracy. Iran was the first country ever in the Middle East to have democracy and to have constitutional monarchy and parliamentary democracy. What are these? Who are you talking to? It's just stupidity. Now, all the others who are watching this right now, especially Iranians, you can confirm what I just said. Iran is not Iraq or Syria. You can't impose democracy on the Iraqis, for example. It's not part of their culture, or Libya. They never had it. Iranians have always had it. Well, not always. They've had it since the beginning of 20th century, and they've lost it. So no, they've gone backwards in 47. They haven't gone backwards. That's not how the Iranian society and culture is extremely forward and extremely advanced, because despite the fact that the reality is on the ground, the Iranian regime have tried their best to create censorship and oppression. People in Iran still manage to get access to the outside world. A huge chunk of them, the younger generation, basically all of them, speak English. They have access to the Western side. They know what they want, and they are demanding it. There's this stupidity. I don't know who you're speaking to, but yeah, that's still happening. A huge super chat, Mr. Rainbow, thank you very much, saying my prayers go out to all the fallen Iranians who fought for their lives. I will continue praying for the living who are on the streets, fighting for freedom and democracy. Love to Iran, love to the Iranian people, love to you, this beautiful channel, 2CTV. Thank you so much, Mr. Rainbow Loves Coffee, for your generous support. And it is a sensitive times right now. It's very, very close, but at the same time, the mood in the country and outside as well, Iranians outside, is still optimistic, but also very cautious, because this is a war that hasn't even ended yet. But we're getting very close to the end. One side will have to win. That's it. There's not going to be, this time around, there's not going to be a 50-50 situation. One side will win. Either the Iranian population will be wiped out, as the Islamic Republic plans to do, or the Islamic Republic will be completely crushed. So that's just a matter of time. Thank you, Deborah. In order for the stolen Starlinks to be unavailable to the thieves.
Welcome back, Armin. So Piers Morgan came out with the video.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So here's what I was thinking. We have been live streaming for 7 hours now, which means this is going to get glitchy. So what we should do is we should end the live stream and start part 2. Okay. So for everyone who's watching right now, make sure you're following us, on whatever platform you are, because we want to restart the live stream so it doesn't get glitchy. Okay. And as soon as we restart, I'm going to play you the Piers Morgan, I'll play you the whole thing. Well, I'll skip over the part by Mark Huckabee, because like he was fantastic, but I want to get into the part with Cenk, but then also the part with the Joseph Goebbels. Okay. So everyone who's watching right now. Yeah.
Goldie, I owe you 50 pounds. Somebody sent me a 50
whatever.
Super chat. And they said, Goldie, this is for you. Pull this out of Armin's throat. So I don't know.
That's fine. You keep it. That's all good. No. That's fine. That's fine. That's too funny. It's probably a joke. No. You keep it. It's all good. The fact that you're here. Okay, so guys, we are going to end the live stream, but don't go anywhere because we're literally just gonna like restart right away, and I'm gonna go back to the Pierce Morgan interview where ARMIN. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, I need your reaction on this because I think you're gonna freak out. It was actually fantastic. All right, okay, guys, we'll see you in like 5 minutes. 5 minutes.